America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. On behalf of the Wisconsin Natural Resource Board, I welcome each of you to our meeting today, being held in the southeast region of the DNR headquarters. Please know that there's sometimes a delay in our broadcast. It's easy to talk over each other. Make sure your computer or tablet is up and running. You're able to turn your mute on when not talking. Board members, please ask for the floor when you want to speak and get recognized. All motions must be made slower so Lori can make sure they are who made them. Remember to state your name when doing so. Lori, feel free to interrupt if necessary to clarify discussions. Our meetings are televised via the World Wide Web on the NRB webpage, and especially want to welcome and thank our viewers for tuning in. Public testimony is welcome each and every regular meeting. We try. The transparency of meetings is important. Today we have 59 appearances, and testimony will be limited to 2 minutes. I'd like to give special thanks to our technical and communications team, Christopher Tall for Zoom, Brett Alderman, Scott Miller for live webcast, Jeff, Paul, Drew, and Ben for ensuring all board information is available online for the public, and Sarah, Katie, and Jonah for media releases. Kari is our Wisconsin Conservation Congress liaison who helps us work with our longstanding partners dealing with our natural resources. I'd also thank Lori Ross for our NRB board liaison for providing the link between public, staff, and sometimes ourselves. The communication and historical continuity is unsurpassed. Law enforcement, Robin Barnhart, Chief Casey Krieger, and his warden team, who goes out saying that your staff's ability to protect our resources along with our board members, staff, and public speaks for itself. I'd like to also thank Secretary Preston Cole, Deputy Secretary Todd Ames, and Assistant Deputy Secretary Stephen Little, Chief Legal Counsel Cheryl Hellman, and department staff for their participation in today's presentations. Your time is valuable, and we respect that. Lastly, I'd like to thank the 2,200 permanent employees and 1,477 limited term employees for the natural resources for their continued commitment and tireless work for the Department of Natural Resources. Board member, any questions or comments?
One comment. You get to turn off your phones.
That's right. Please mute your phones. Thank you, Terry. Lori, please call roll.
William Bruins. Sharon Adams.
Here.
Terry Hilgenberg.
Here.
Greg Kazmierski.
Here.
Marcy West.
Here.
William Smith.
Here.
Dr. Frederick Crane.
Here. Approval of the agenda, making one change in the agenda. Item 6, we have a request that that item be held right after a consent agenda on Lake Michigan. There's some conflicts. So that item would be moved on the agenda. Are there any other changes, Mr. Secretary?
There are no other changes, and Mr. Chair, welcome to the mighty Southeast. This is a brand new community asset on behalf of the Department of Natural Resources. So the folks in this region will be able to use this building as a community center as well. We think that this building is just another testament of how we operate in the Southeast and throughout the state of Wisconsin, that these assets are important for us. Let me also recognize Charlie Woolley. I've invited him from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to attend this meeting so he can see the conversation up close and personal, as well as State Senator Carpenter, who has joined us tonight. Are there any other elected officials in the crowd? That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I need a motion to approve the August agenda.
Mr. Chair, movement on that. I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda and move an item off of the consent agenda to the discussion agenda, item 3. The item would be the 2 land donations for Crawford County. That would be 2C, 3, and 4. And to move them to the discussion item just for a very brief explanation from Jim Lemke.
Is there also, usually I do that when we start the consent agenda. Is there anybody that wants to pull it off? It's posted on number 3 for anything we do pull off during the approval of the consent agenda. So if you don't want to make a motion, we'll do that when we do the consent agenda.
Okay.
That'd be okay? The approval of the agenda is posted.
So move.
Second? Second?
Yes.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Consent agenda. There's been 2 requests to have items pulled off. Consent agenda. We will move on 2A and 2B and C1 and C2. Item C3, C4, and item D board members have asked me to have it pulled off for separate discussion, which is posted under number 3. So with that being said, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda for 2A, B, C1, and C2?
Move
moved.
approval.
Second?
Second then.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Now we're on to C3 and C4. Do you want Jim Lemke to come forward? Bill?
Yes.
Yeah, Jim Lemke, step forward, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Good morning, Secretary Cole and the rest of the NRB. My name is Jim Lemke. I'm the real estate section chief, just presenting those 2 donations in front of the board. And I sincerely appreciate this opportunity on behalf of the Mycelium LLC family who's making this donation in the Rush Creek area. This family has a long history and ties to Rush Creek and has a passion for protecting lands in this particular area. That's why I thought it was important to make this a part of the public record.
Jim, could you remove your mask while you address the board, please?
Employees
Sure.
that come to the microphone certainly are free to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
remove their mask.
Wasn't sure. As a result of this passion, they are trying to protect the blufflands and coulees of the region, so much so that they are active participants with many different department programs, including planting thousands of oak trees on these 2 properties that are in front of you today. These properties are all within boundaries open to the MBOAs and really aligned well with existing department ownership. Both of these properties are extraordinary gifts within department boundaries with bluffland views, stream frontages along Rush and Crowley Creek, and tie in extremely well with existing department lands. It's a great story, one I'm happy to share. And with that, Mr. Chair, I move for approval on those donations.
Bill?
Move approval.
Is there a second? Impressive donation. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Next item is
Thank you.
request that the board authorize a preliminary public hearing and comment period for the statement of scope for Board Order WY 2120 for proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 102 related to site-specific phosphorus criteria for Coeur d'Alene's. Is Marcia here?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Mr. Secretary, members of the board. This is Marcia Wilhite. I'm the section chief for the water evaluation section. This is, we are seeking permission to go to preliminary hearing on this potential scope statement as directed by the legislature. This would be similar to what was brought before the board last year. We were petitioned to reconsider the site-specific, and so we have the technical information that we had put together previously. We wanted to take the opportunity to explore new tools and potentially any new information that might have a bearing on what would be an appropriate phosphorus criterion for this high-quality water. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
We have a question?
Yes, I think if we go down this road, we're setting a precedent of creating site-specific phosphorus criteria for who knows what. You know, we can have an algae bloom in the back pool in our yard. It doesn't take much phosphorus, and I'm just uncomfortable voting for this, not knowing where this is going to end up.
The hope is that it ends up with clean water.
But what is clean?
What about the discussions we had, Marcia, from Farm? If the courts have delineated that they're not point source, does this affect that ruling at all? In that-
There are no point sources that discharge to this lake. So this is really about setting what the appropriate goal is, so that restoration actions that landowners and other dischargers to that lake would want to take, and put you know, if there was an impairment noted, that would put them in a position for additional funding for those activities. It's really site-specific criteria are are helpful when we identify that the statewide criteria might not be appropriate. They might be overly restrictive or not protective enough. So it's a tool that we have under the statute and under our rules, so, that we're proposing we might employ in this case.
Any other discussion?
I just note from our last discussion on this that there are some site-specific concerns there about a two-layer fishery and the appropriate regulatory limits for water quality to support that fishery. So I think there's a valid reason to have this discussion go forward. I don't know where it's going to end either, but I think those are important things to be talked about in the public arena.
So to be clear, the preliminary, this motion would allow the preliminary public hearing is a time for the public to weigh in with their concerns prior to the scope statement development. Everybody clear on that? All right, is there a motion to go forward?
I'd move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. We're going to move to 6A. Is Great Lakes Commercial Fishing Update, PowerPoint presented by Bradley Eggert and Great Lakes and Charlie Hegerson, Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Chair. This has been in the works for a while, and this is just an update of how things are progressing with our emergency rule. Go ahead, Brad.
Good morning, Chairman Preen, Natural Resources Board members, and Secretary Cole. This is a very brief update on commercial fishing that's going on in the state of Wisconsin for both Lake Michigan and Lake Superior. Okay. Someone can advance the slide for me. We continue to work with both commercial fishing boards, both on Lake Michigan and Lake Superior, on a variety of fisheries interests to both those boards. You can see that we have some vacancies on the Lake Superior that we're trying to fill to get that back up to full strength. Next slide, please. For the Lake Superior commercial harvest, a brief review. Next slide. For the Lake Whitefish harvest for 2020, we had a slight uptick compared to 2019, a fairly solid year for whitefish. However, it's slightly below the average over the time span. Next slide, please. For our Cisco harvest in 2020, it was right about the last 3 years have been very solid. As you know, before the board, we have both an emergency and permanent rule ongoing to lower the Cisco quotas, primarily due to weak year classes coming into the fishery for this Cisco fishery up in Lake Superior. Next slide. Lake trout harvest was pretty good up in Lake Superior, harvesting over 30,000 pounds of lake trout. And as you can see, the last 3 years have been very solid for lake trout. As with the Cisco quota, we're also under emergency and hopefully permanent rule to reduce lake trout quotas for the fishery starting this year in 2021. Next slide, please. Switching over to Lake Michigan. As you know, we continue to work with the Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board on a variety of whitefish issues. Our emergency rule went into effect in May of 2021, and we're currently working very hard with the Commercial Fishing Board, fishers, and stakeholders on a permanent rule. As part of that, we continue to work on our catch composition studies with Green Bay, UWGB, and to date, as of August, we have 57 monitors on trap net boats monitoring 308 lifts of whitefish. And we also have 8 monitors on large mesh gill net boats monitoring over 181,000 feet of gill net. Information coming back at certain times of the year, certainly there's been fairly low bycatch of sport fish. But we've got a lot of work to do as far as analyzing that information as it still comes in through the end of August. Next slide, please. As far as the Lake Michigan commercial harvest of whitefish, and the last bar there, it's down a bit in 2020. Most of that lower harvest in 2020 is because of lower gill net harvest in the black bar. You can see the line there denoting the commercial fish quotas currently in place for whitefish. And as one of the things we're working on very strongly with the Commercial Fishing Board to update those using the latest science and data we have on whitefish numbers, both in the bay and the lake. Next slide. Turning our attention to Green Bay, the yellow perch harvest in Green Bay has remained low but solid. Our quota in the bay is about 100,000 pounds of yellow perch, and the commercial fishery is harvesting about half that over the last 4 to 5 years. Next slide. And our last real commercial fish species harvest is bloater chub. As I've mentioned previously, in previous August, the number of bloater chub in Lake Michigan remains low, and certainly depicted by the harvest both in the south in red and the north in blue zones. Those harvests remain at or below zero, and that's primarily due to the low populations of bloater chub in Lake Michigan. In addition, I will update you on lake trout work that's ongoing. Lake Trout Group finished their substantial work at the end of 2020. It then went into our Lake Michigan Technical Committee, which is part of the Great Lakes Fishery Commission, at their winter meeting in 2021. They then reviewed that model throughout the early summer here and reported back out in July of 2021 the results of their work. And they found that as far as the model for the lake trout was appropriate. However, on the data side, we found two critical issues, one being the movement matrices and as well as natural reproduction percentages had to be updated. So they sent that information back to the Lake Trout Working Group, and they will be providing their final report here at the end of September this year. The Lake Michigan Tech Committee will then continue to work on that model and hopefully have a final working model at our winter meeting in January of 2022. And with that, I'll take any questions or defer till after Charlie.
Any question for Brad? Terry?
Brad, you mentioned the number of observers we're having.
Mhm.
What is that as a percentage of the total users, approximately?
Yeah, what we've been trying to do and working with them, kind of taking off what Lake Superior has done on monitors, is that try to monitor in any given month and in any different grid in Green Bay about 7%, either number of lifts from trap nets or 7% of the feet of gill net. And by and large, we're doing pretty well. It's a tough situation. We've got a graduate student out of UWGB that's monitoring. They've also have an LTE out of Green Bay that's also helped. We've sprinkled in a couple of assessments. So by and large, we're doing pretty well as far as monitoring both those fisheries. Obviously, we could always have more rides, but you can see we've got 308 lifts monitored. And that probably represents on the trap net side, probably that 7 to 10% range, I would say.
So we're getting good cooperation from our users?
Yeah, we're getting good. They're responding well with putting their information on Google Calendar. That's helping the monitors get, efficiently select what boats are going to go on, and the fishermen themselves during those onboard monitors have been very cooperative and helping get the data. So
Excellent. Thank you.
Any question for Brad?
Bill? You're continuing to monitor the number of lake perch harvested. Have you determined why the harvest is so low? What's affecting it? And if you have, are you planning on doing anything about it?
you're talking about in Green Bay?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you look at the history of Green Bay, it really has swung from a yellow perch, dominated as far as game fish back in the 90s and early 2000s. It swung way over towards now walleye. And if you look at a lot of interactions of the lakes, walleye perch have an interesting relationship. And so right now we're enjoying, tremendous good sized walleye population, walleye fishery, but at the same time, at the expense of perch. So those numbers are down. We continue to monitor it. We're seeing here and there decent year classes, but they aren't translating into the large population of perch that we saw in the 90s.
Any other questions for Brad? Thanks, Brad. Next, we have Charlie Hendrickson, Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board Chair. Charlie, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
You bet. The floor is yours, Charlie. How are you?
I'm very good. I've been having an issue with my camera on my computer, so I don't believe I'm visible to you. But
Yeah, we can see you, Charlie. Absolutely.
yeah. Oh, well, you know what? I tested it and then I turned on a different computer and haven't had a chance to test it. Oh, there. I see me looking over Secretary Cole's shoulder there. So, all right. So thanks a lot. You know, as you know, I've told you before, we really appreciate the interest that this board has taken in the commercial fishery and helped us move forward with some of these issues. The importance of the whitefish harvest that we've increased in Lower Green Bay can't be overstated. The demand for fish here in Door County and throughout Wisconsin in our tourist industry is you know, difficult to calculate. I've told you numbers of meals we're supplying to people, and it's increased exponentially. So, you know, that's what we are. We're food producers. That said, the study's going well. We have this 7% target data based on historical fishing in the gillnet fishery. And we're hitting those marks, but we're also hitting 7% at a historical average where the actual fishing is declining. So we're actually monitoring much more than 7% of the actual fishing that's going on now. And I would guess that we've got to be pushing 20% of our trap net lifts being monitored. And that's just off the top of my head. I haven't looked at it, but we have people with us all the time. We had UWG GB monitors with twice last week, and we also had a DNR crew monitor with us, which is the first time they've done that in I got to guess 20 years. So you know, the DNR being able to continue on this study, you know, that we've sponsored and paid for is going to be important. So we can continually up this. The rule process, as you know, has been a little messy and somewhat frustrating. In our latest discussion with Mark Herman, Cheryl's assistant, and Cheryl has been greatly helpful in this process. It appears that to maintain what we're actually doing right now, we're going to have to fairly soon advance another emergency rule that will carry us through a good part of the fishing season in 2022. So that just came on the table here this last week. But we will not have the permanent rule done according to the DNR staff until October of 2022. So this ongoing process it's working, but it's certainly not working at the pace that the fishery works at. So we're happy about that. Brad mentioned lake trout. We've talked to you about lake trout. Your board requested, I think in December of 2018, that we get a scope statement to discuss the commercial fisheries use of lake trout, both as an incidental catch or as a quoted harvest. And we still haven't done that, but we understand the difficulties in compiling all this information through this, you know, multi-state organization at the technical committee. So that's going to be the next issue that we're going to discuss with you. And there's some peripheral stuff, but again, I know you got a busy day, and I could talk fishing forever, but I appreciate your interest and concerns for us.
All right, thanks, Charlie. Any questions, Charlie? Bill Smith?
Mr. Chairman, just a brief comment. Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning.
I wanted to take us back to the June meeting of the board. And at the time, there was a big concern that we weren't getting enough rides on the gillnet to collect the catch composition data. And since then, that has turned around considerably. And I just want to acknowledge the positive influence that you've had on that and the support from your fellow commercial fishermen to do a better job of getting those ride-alongs and hopefully in the end provide the kind of data that we all need to make good decisions on that permanent rule. Still a few gaps to fill, but the trend is really good and that's encouraging. So thank you.
Well, thank you, and thanks for your interest, Bill. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Charlie, for the information. Going back to agenda items 4A, these are action items coming before us. The first is a presentation of the Chicago Safari Club International Wildlife Officer of the Year Award. Casey Krieger, come on forward, please.
Good morning, Chair Preen, members of the Natural Resources Board, Secretary Cole, Deputy Secretary Todd Ames, and Assistant Deputy Secretary Stephen Little. My name is Casey Krieger. I'm the Chief Warden for the Division of Public Safety and Resource Protection. I'm here today to help assist in issuing and awarding the 2020 Shikar Safari International Club Officer of the Year Award. I would ask the Chair if I could have Janice Bonner from the Shikar Safari Club International step forward to talk about the Shikar Safari organization and what's included with this award.
Absolutely.
Thank you all. My name is Janice Bonner and volunteer from Shikar. Simply all you need to know, I don't want to slow down your meeting, is that we're a body of like-minded people who from the 50s have gotten together with the sole intent of enjoying their time in the field, whether it's fishing, hunting, or providing aid to conservationists worldwide. So our program is to recognize in all of the states, the 50 states and the provinces in Canada, the most outstanding officers as chosen by the various organizations who put the recipients forward. We offered, as part of the award recognition, we also provide insurance for family in the field should an officer lose his life in the pursuance of his job. We also offer opportunities for the officer to apply for scholarships for his children should they choose to go into a sanctioned or approved educational endeavor. And we also have a grant program, which I encourage all of you to consider applying for. It is, we have a $10 million foundation. We raise at least $1 million every year, and we fund worthy causes. So if anyone is interested, I have with me a grant application package. So with that, I would like to turn this over to the spokesperson who's going to better able to tell you why Officer Andy Lundeen, Lieutenant Lundeen, was chosen to receive this award. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we go to slide 2, please. On behalf of the Department of Natural Resources Division of Public Safety and Resource Protection, I wish to introduce Lieutenant Andy Lundeen, who is here with us today to receive his award. Andy was hired in 2008 as a field warden and promoted to lieutenant in January of 2014. Andy now leads the Peshtigo warden team in the Northeast region. Andy has worked very hard to provide leadership, mentorship, and coaching, and a strong work ethic to promote excellent customer service to the public that he and his team both serve. He displays a continual positive attitude for others to follow and is a role model for his team. Andy is a team player. He promotes others to do their best while working within his team, the region, the entire department, and with external agencies. Andy is a very thoughtful person who thinks about his staff and their well-being both on and off duty. Andy is responsible and dependable to the customers and people that he serves and prioritizes promptness and complete responses to our public. Andy excels at networking with external agencies such as Shawano, O'Connell, Marinette, Menominee County Sheriff's Department, the district attorneys in those respective planning committee meetings in each of those respective counties. Andy has provided in-service training at the O'Connell County Sheriff's in-service. He also assisted a really neat coalition project with Marinette County that was labeled Kids Don't Float with the Marinette County Sheriff's Department. Andy has worked with the O'Connell County Parks and the Recreation and the County Board on various concerns that have arisen. Andy also worked with various local agencies and UTV and ATV routes and attended county trails meetings due to the importance of our trails and our systems, trail systems economy. In 2020, Andy formed the DNR's first unmanned aircraft systems UAS team, which consists of drones. The team consists of 6 team members who work together to establish necessary protocols and procedures and are now flying missions across the state, supporting public safety and environmental enforcement. They continue to obtain the necessary training and equipment to respond to missions under Andy's leadership. In addition, Andy is a member of the DNR Honor Guard team, a firearms instructor, a background instructor, background investigator, a law enforcement representative for the DNR Northeast Region Incident Management Team, as well as a statewide liaison to the Wisconsin Taxidermy Association. So in closing, I'm very grateful to the Shikar Safari Club International for the recognition of Lieutenant Andy Lundine's exemplary achievements. At this time, I would ask the chair if Lieutenant Andy Lundine could please step forward to receive the 2020 Shikar Safari International Officer of the Year Award.
Absolutely. Andy, come forward. Andy, why don't you come forward, Andy, and address the board and the public. These awards and this every year when we do this award, it's always a shining moment in law enforcement with our game wardens, and you're an exemplary person to receive the award. And
Thank you. Thank you,
please
Dr.
address
Prain.
us.
I appreciate it. Good morning, Chairman Dr. Prain, members of the Natural Resources Board, Secretary Cole, Deputy Secretary Ames, Chief Krieger, Deputy Chief Peary, Captain Tremmel, Ms. Bonner, and my fellow DNR colleagues and teammates. Thank you. It's really an honor to be standing here today, receiving this award. You know, I get to go to work each day with some of the most dedicated and professional people. So why I'm standing here today, I'm not sure, but it's really nice to be recognized as one of them. I don't do this job for the recognition, and I come to work each day with a positive attitude and hard work ethic. So I was pretty surprised to be told that I was getting this award. As I thought about what to say and thinking about the Shikar Safari International Club, I just wanted to maybe share a few stories about my connection to the outdoors and what the natural resources have meant to me. So I'm a native of Wisconsin. I grew up in Merrill. So Dr. Prain and Chief Krieger, sorry, but go Blue Jays. I lived out in the country and I grew up on a stretch of the Wisconsin River. I might not have recognized it then, but that's when my connection to the outdoors and my appreciation of the natural resources really began. I just wanted to be outside. So sometime during my elementary school years, I got my first Daisy BB gun. And of course I started with Mountain Dew cans and Coke cans, and one day figured out that I could hunt, and found a chickadee or two until mom figured out that that was going on. And then I eventually learned how to deer hunt, and I ended up missing my first opportunity to shoot a deer because I was alone in the stand, and it was a snowy day, and I forgot to rack the round into my Remington Woodsmaster 30-06. So the 8-point buck came and went as I didn't get the opportunity, which is a story that I get to share with kids now and, hunter safety and places like that. I did eventually harvest a spike buck, which was a very proud moment. That was my first year. Eventually, I was introduced to Wisconsin deer camp in northern Lincoln County, and what memories that created. School weeks were shortened. The drive out there on gravel roads and listening to Brooks and Dunn a little bit too loud on the radio. Never forget those times. Funny story that once I got this job, my friend's father who owned the deer camp told me, "I'm sorry, Andy, but you're not able to hunt with us anymore." He actually meant it. So anyway, had a canoe. I would throw a Chesapeake Bay Retriever in the front, cast out a Rapala and troll on the Wisconsin River for walleyes coming home from school after each day. I loved that. Was lucky enough I had a four-wheeler at a young age, and speed was fun, but I figured it's a good idea. I can probably get this thing airborne. And at 14, you're not a very good engineer, so we built a speed bump rather than a ramp, and I was the first one to take it and bought myself 8 days in the hospital because of what I did at that moment. Another story I get to share with kids. So anyway, caught a lot of fish when I probably should have been in school. But the first time I ever was checked by a game warden, we were wading in the river. We had our stringers, and I didn't know that my buddy had a questionable sized walleye. Well, I will just call the warden Joe. He showed up and called us over to shore, and I lost some popularity with my friend that day because we got a lecture, but we learned. And I remember thinking, what a neat job. So fast forward, I spent some time in the service. I got into traditional law enforcement, and then I finally became a warden. They trusted me to become a supervisor, and I've tried to remember that this job is a support role. In 20 plus years, I've learned that you don't accomplish anything without a good team. And I've tried to be a positive role model, lead by example, and push my staff to be the best that they can. So I'd like to thank, in closing, I'd just like to thank my team. My team is up there. They on the right side of the screen, fantastic people. My boss, they all make me look a lot better than I really am. So I'd like to thank my division and agency leadership. I'd like to thank other DNR staff I've been able to work with, my mentors and field training officers, the citizens of this state who have that same passion and hold the government accountable, and the Shikar Safari Club, the Natural Resources Board for giving me this time, and I'll wrap up. And lastly, my beautiful wife and 3 kids who aren't here today, but they're watching live. So thank you guys very much for supporting me in this role. I'd like to thank the good Lord for providing me the opportunity to have this amazing profession and be here today. And now I get to go out and continue helping to protect those natural resources and ensure that all those memories can be made for others in this great state. So thank you very much for your time, folks.
I have one intrusion, and it's, please forgive me. It is because last year, COVID did not allow us, Shikar, to present to another honored recipient, Jeremy Perry, his award. So I just wanted you to take note that whereas we were not able to do so, I wanted to recognize him today. So thank you for this short indulgence.
Thank you for your support on a yearly basis. It's wonderful. Okay, next item. Item 4B, request adoption of Board Order FH0821E, proposed rules affecting Chapter NR20 related to Minocqua chain walleye harvest regulations. John, welcome.
Good morning, Chair Prayne, members of the Natural Resources Board, Secretary Cole. So we are currently on Minocqua chain an emergency rule that provides for catch and release fishing for walleye. And that rule expires at around the end of September. This board approved a permanent rule that will also have catch and release fishing for walleye on Minocqua chain. The permanent rule, and we don't anticipate any hiccups with that, but it's currently in legislative review, and that rule will be implemented sometime after the current emergency rule expires. So we'll have this gap. So what I'm here to ask the board to do today is to adopt an additional emergency rule to cover that gap, to extend catch and release fishing for walleye for that 1 to 2 month period between the expiration of the current emergency rule and until the permanent rule takes effect. So if you have any questions further than that, I'd welcome them. Otherwise, that's basically what we're asking for.
Is there a motion?
Move adoption.
Is there a second? Any discussion or questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All negative, nay. Motion passes. Thank you. Request adoption of Board Order WT 0919, proposed rules of revising Chapter NR 216 related to stormwater pollutant discharge and elimination permits. Shannon Hayden. Hi, Shannon.
Good morning. Good morning, Secretary Cole, Chair Prayne, and members of the board. My name is Shannon Hayden, and I am the Urban Runoff Section Chief in the Bureau of Watershed Management. Next slide, please. I am here to ask you to adopt Board Order WT 0919. Next slide. Chapter NR 216 was originally promulgated in 1997 and was last updated in 2003. NR 216 implements Chapter 283 of the Wisconsin Statutes for stormwater permitting. Program staff work in partnership with professional engineers and contractors to ensure municipalities, construction sites, and industrial facilities are implementing the best management practices to protect our water quality in compliance with the Federal Clean Water Act. Since 2003, there have been a number of changes to state statute, state administrative code, and federal law that need to be incorporated into our rule. The proposed rule includes changes needed to address topics raised by the US EPA in a 2011 audit of the department's Wisconsin Pollutant Discharge Elimination System program, or the WIPDES program. Next slide. During the rule development process, staff interviewed stakeholders 2 different times. Interviews were conducted with stakeholders such as consultants, industry organizations, and larger companies with construction projects throughout the state, as well as home builders. The department held a public hearing on April 20th, at which time no one spoke on the record opposed to the rule. Since then, staff reviewed comments and updated the proposed board rule in accordance to comments made during that process. And then finally, after those changes were made, additional outreach was given to stakeholders. Next slide. Subchapter 1 is our municipal subchapter, and it regulates municipal separate storm sewer systems, or MS4s. Changes to this subsection include implementing the federal remand rule, which requires public input opportunities on specific measurable goals included in permits. The updated rule also creates a framework for communities to achieve compliance with total maximum daily load requirements, or TMDLs. Next slide. Subchapter 2 is our industrial stormwater permitting section. Changes to this section were pretty minimal. Ultimately, we're proposing to amend the rule to require industrial permittees to identify discharges to high quality waterways in their stormwater pollution prevention plans. Next slide. Section 3 is our construction section. Consistent with the Clean Water Act, NR 216 requires those individuals disturbing greater than 1 acre of land to obtain a permit from the Department for Stormwater and Erosion Control Management. Subchapter 3 creates the rules for these submittals that we review. The department is proposing to add requirements for permittees to identify high quality waters in the list of elements required to be included in an erosion control and stormwater management plan consistent with federal regulations. Also included in this section are updates to our application fees. Next slide. State statute requires fees to be charged proportional to the cost of implementing the program. This rule, as proposed, would increase the permit application fees that we collect for the construction site program that have not been updated since 2003. The current fees support about 16% of our program costs. In contrast, our municipal fees cover about 48% and our industrial fees cover about 65%. The demand for construction site permitting services has increased both in the number of permits, the complexity of applications, the size of the projects, and requiring additional technical assistance as people work through the submittal process. In addition, it's important to note that staff are constantly updating the technical standards that our permittees use to implement their programs. Next slide, please. To establish the new fees, we worked with stakeholders. We talked to people, tried to find out what's reasonable. We considered inflation. We looked at the time that we spend working with permittees for our applications. We looked at how complex projects are and investments in technology. If you, in the green sheet, perhaps you had an opportunity to review the lengthy fiscal analysis of how we came up with those fees, and hopefully you found that helpful. The original board order, as we put it out for public comment, included proposed fees between $250 and $1,740. Ultimately, after getting public impact or public comment, we dropped the fees, as you can see in the table that I'm sharing now, to reflect what we heard. Next slide. And that's it, if you have any questions.
Any questions from the board members? Terry?
More so a statement rather than a question. In reviewing all the information here, I did consult with our public works director for the city of Shawano, and he thought it was a good program. So Shannon, congratulations to you and the department. I also wanted to congratulate the department on their outreach and the amount of work they did with first presenting, then reconsidering, and then again, moving forward with recommendations. I'm a strong proponent of user fees. And I think the department did a good job of trying to find a nice compromise to make this thing work. In some instances, we might not be as competitive as I'd like us to be with some of our neighboring states, but we need to move forward to try to be as fiscally responsible as we possibly can. So I think the department did a good job with doing their outreach, talking with users, talking with a lot of public folks, and really went the extra effort. And congratulations to Shannon and Dave on moving this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion in there?
Yes, there is.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Discussion?
Can I just wanted to thank them for the briefing. I recognize that stormwater and the details of these kind of things don't always get the headlines, but after what we drove through last night and what we saw in the Kickapoo Valley, the waters of the state are just such an incredible asset, and these are the types of things that can really make a difference, working together with the folks. As Terry indicated, obviously helps go along. So thank you, and congratulations on getting through it. What, 2 years?
I think so. I stepped in January. So.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Next scope statement is requested the board approve the statement of scope for board order WM 0621 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting NR 19 related to wild rice harvesting. Scott Carroll. Good morning.
Thank you, Chairman Prayne, members of the board, Secretary Cole. So I'm Scott Carroll. I'm the policy specialist for the Bureau of Wildlife Management. And before you today, we have WM 0621, the scope statement for this rule. So essentially, most navigable waters are open to wild rice harvesting year round. There is a list in chapter NR 19 that are closed part of the year, and that is to help prevent premature harvest and damage to the beds of rice. However, this list has not been updated in quite some time. So what this rule would be doing is proposing to remove any, subsequently a lot of things have changed. Some of these waters on this list don't really have that many or that good of wild rice beds anymore. So we are proposing to update the list, remove the list of waters that no longer require protection under chapter 19, and then also adding a few that aren't protected that likely should be protected. I think the list is about 40 waters removed and adding about 4. So that is the scope statement, and I'd be happy to ask any questions or answer any questions if you may have.
Any questions? Bill.
Scott, as you mentioned, and supporting documents to the agenda item, identify about 40 waters that are currently date regulated for wild rice. These are waters that were historically productive wild rice beds. And we're going to take those away from date regulation and maybe add 4 that have developed into more reliable and productive areas. I applaud the action to streamline the management and approval process, but I have a question. Those 40 historic rice beds, have we done any work to determine why those rice beds have disappeared or diminished greatly? It's a very valuable natural resource, and I think it needs some attention beyond just making adjustments to the date regulation process.
No, that's a great question. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you today. I can reach out to our wetland specialist and have him answer anything that answer this question for you before the rule comes to the board.
Thank you.
Motion?
I just have a question. Is there any wild rice grown on private property in the state?
Again, a great question. I'm sure there probably is, but it just probably depends on where it is.
Nothing that you track or keep track of?
Nothing that I personally track. No, I'm not sure if we do track that. I could, if you'd like an answer, I could have our wetland specialist.
Anecdotal, but yeah. If you
I'm sure there
run across
probably
it,
is somewhere.
information, good.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Scott. Request the board approve statement of scope for Board Order WY 1320 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice to submit the proposed rules to Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting NR 102, 106, 205, and 207 and other related regulations for the purpose of updating Wisconsin's water quality anti-degradation policy and procedures. Marcia.
Good morning again, Chair Praying, Secretary Cole, members of the board. I'm Marcia Wilhite, Chief of the Water Evaluation Section in the Water Quality Bureau. So we're asking approval to proceed with rulemaking related to anti-degradation. Anti-degradation review and policy and procedures is a part of state water quality standards that's required by the Clean Water Act. Anti-degradation review applies when a facility that is required to have a WPDS or discharge permit proposes a new or expanded discharge of wastewater to a high-quality river, lake, or stream. The review is implemented as part of our permitting process. The purpose of the review is to ensure that additional pollutant loading to a high-quality water occurs only when it's necessary to support important economic or social development, and that practical efforts to minimize degradation have been considered. The purpose of this rulemaking is to update our existing policy and procedures to be consistent with federal regulations that were put in place in 2015, and also to make the review process clear and consistent. We held a preliminary hearing on the scope statement July 13th, and we did receive some comments from, I am so sorry, I didn't have my mic in front of my mouth. Hopefully you can hear me better now. We did receive some comments on the scope statement from Wisconsin Manufacturers and Commerce. That mainly focused on the lack of specificity in the scope statement, notably that we didn't identify every related rule that we might possibly need to revise as part of this rulemaking, that we didn't identify specify affected industries, that we didn't have a narrow specific range for anticipated compliance costs. We made a good faith effort to anticipate what areas of code will be revised in addition to the chapters that we mentioned. But at this point in the rulemaking, when we have not begun to draft requirements or anything because we need to await approval of the board before we could begin those activities, we really couldn't specify those items until we are farther down the road in our rulemaking process. Another comment was related to including potential changes to NR 216, the stormwater rule that you were just hearing about from Shannon. both 216 on stormwater permitting and NR 245 are referenced because we want to specify, because those are part of the WPDS universe, we want to specify in this rulemaking how anti-degradation applies in those situations. So we will be involving the stormwater staff and the CAFO staff as we move forward in drafting rules to make sure that we are not being inconsistent with any requirements that are in the code presently. Our plan is to have an external advisory committee for this rulemaking, and so we will keep the regulated community fully informed. We hope they'll engage and participate in that process. And once we get further down the road, we will better be able to specify the items that were raised. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Marcia? Is there a motion? Let me go forward.
Second.
Moved by Bill, seconded by Terry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, Marcia.
Thank you.
Next item is request the board approve statement of scope for board order FH 0420 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting NR 20 related to the sturgeon spearing harvest regulations and gear use. Todd Kalish, welcome. This is going to be an interesting one. Thank you. And Chair Prane, Natural Resources Board members, Secretary Cole, it's nice to see everybody again and meet new faces. So I'm Todd Kalish. I'm the Deputy Bureau Director of Fisheries Bureau. And does this clicker work? If you go to the next slide, please. So where we're at with this, the scoping statement, we have, this board approved a preliminary public hearing, and we held a preliminary public hearing on July 8th. We had about 39 people attend. The results, and we had a variety of written comments on this issue as well. The results of that hearing have been presented to the board. If the board approves this scope statement, we will engage our stakeholders in a structured, productive, and thoughtful discussion about this issue. Next slide, please. So just a summary of what the scope statement encompasses. This scope statement encompasses our current rule, which allows the use of underwater cameras, fish finders, similar technology during the Winnebago and up River Lakes sturgeon spearing season. Currently, we allow that technology. What the scope statement does not include are things like the size limit. So there's currently a 36-inch minimum size limit for sturgeon. We've got a size limit, max size limit for the spear width. None of that will be included. The only thing that's included in this scope statement is the use of technology during that spearing season. The first step in this rulemaking process would be an approved scope. Next slide, please. So the Winnebago sturgeon season, and this term is probably overused, but I'm really going to term it world class because it truly, truly is. This is the only place in the country where anglers have an opportunity to harvest sturgeon using this unique technique. There is one other place in Michigan, it's called Black Lake. They typically allow harvests of less than 10 species per season. So this is truly a unique fishery throughout the world. And we work extremely hard to appropriately, sustainably manage this fishery. And we have very good relationships with our partners to put appropriate effort towards the management of this fishery. The sturgeon season starts the second Saturday in February of every year. The season runs for 16 days unless the harvest cap is met. And so this is one of the most actively managed fisheries in the state as well. We conduct population estimates for the sturgeon population and prey estimates, community estimates for the sturgeon population within Winnebago and the Upriver Lakes every year. And we use that information to determine what the harvest caps would be. And we have harvest caps for different types of sturgeons. So we have a harvest cap for adult females. We have a harvest cap for juvenile females under 55 inches. and also a harvest cap for male sturgeon. And if any of those harvest caps are close to being met, then the season will close. It will close before the end of the 16-day season. This is an extremely popular fishery. We have approximately about 12,000 people every year buy licenses for this fishery. And so this is a very unique fishery, and the caps are set up based on population estimates. And so we're asking to move forward with a scope to address primarily the technology issue. Next slide. Regarding the technology issue, the cameras really became popular about 10 years ago. They're more popular during dirty water years or cloudy water years. One question we get a lot is there current data that would hint that the use of cameras, does that impact the sturgeon population in any significant way, shape, or form? And our answer is no. The use of current technology does not impact the sturgeon population. We believe that we have the system in place to appropriately sustainably manage that fishery with the harvest caps that we have in place. The primary determinants of sturgeon spearing success are water clarity and ice conditions. Those are the two that mainly affect harvest success in any given year. Next slide, please. So we conducted a variety of public surveys regarding this issue. The most recent comprehensive surveys were done in 2013 and 2018. You can see the results there. In 2000, we had over 1,000 people respond to these surveys in both those years. You can see in 2013, we had about 29% of the respondents support underwater cameras, 35 opposed. Things changed a little bit in our 2018 survey, about 41% approved and 38% opposed underwater cameras. Next slide, please. And so if this scope statement is approved, we, like I said at the onset, we will engage the sturgeon community in a very productive discussion. One of the reasons we're asking for this and we're pursuing this is because our stakeholders have asked for it. The Wisconsin Conservation Congress had 2 resolutions in 2019. The Winnebago Sturgeon Advisory Committee has passed some resolutions. The Sturgeon Committee wants to have a really thoughtful, productive discussion about this issue. We've been asked by our stakeholders to convene that and provide some structure around that decision-making process. And so if the scope statement is approved, our plan would be to, number one, engage all of the appropriate stakeholder groups. So we would work with the Winnebago Sturgeon Advisory Committee, and we regularly attend their meeting, but we would work with them to engage discussions about this issue. We would work with all the Sturgeon for Tomorrow groups that we have regarding this issue. We would also convene at least 2 public meetings to gather input, thoughts, and ideas about this issue. We would also conduct another public input survey. The last survey we did, as you saw the results, was in 2018. We would work with our DNR, our fine DNR social science staff to conduct a scientific survey to get folks' opinions and thoughts about this issue, and also get their ideas on different pathways, different ways to address this potential issue. And that's all I have.
Any questions for Todd? Todd, you're right. It's almost a part of people's religion in the Lake Winnebago area. This ice fishing season for sturgeon. It's really neat. Maybe this isn't germane, but I didn't hear that you were addressing this in your proposal. The harvest of eggs that takes place. If I'm not familiar, the spearer of the fish, those are his or her eggs to do with what they please, or I know that the department uses some of those eggs for hatchery purposes.
Mm-hmm.
How does that all work?
Yeah, so that's not a component of the scope statement, but so it's just like any other fish that's caught. A fish is a public trust fish. And so anglers that catch those fish can use those eggs for their personal, to eat them, personally.
Okay.
But they can't sell them, they can't barter them. So just like if you catch a walleye or
cannot
perch,
sell 'em.
you're not supposed, you can't sell because that's a public trust item.
Okay, any other questions? I had one. Move the approved. Is there a second? Get down to the floor for discussion. Is there a second? Yeah, Terry, second. Any more discussion, or questions for Todd?
I just had one quick question for Todd. So this board, quite a while before I was seated on the board, went into and took a close look at technology and the use of hunting and fishing and that type of thing, and concluded that it's a pretty slippery slope to go down. When we have the tool of quotas and bag limits to manage the wildlife. And I'm a little bit concerned if we go too far down this, that we'll be chasing this stuff forever. And having all kinds of rules come forward with just little niggly new technologies that are out there. What's your thoughts on it relative to this particular issue?
Good point. And with your comments, well received and noted. So as you know, there's two different sides to this issue primarily. And the Sturgeon Committee is, I don't know if they'd say split right down the middle, but there's a lot of folks very passionate about using cameras, a lot of folks very passionate about not using cameras. I'll just, to answer your question, I'll reference what it says in our rules right now, what it says in the regs. It currently says underwater cameras and other forms of technology may be used, but any lights on the camera must be disabled, turned off, taped over, non-illuminating. And I think one of the things that folks really want to discuss are that other forms of technology. So in the rule, it currently says underwater cameras or other forms of technology. So what does that mean? When we think of cameras, we think of probably just a normal camera that doesn't have very good visibility under the water. But the technology that's being developed today is extremely different than that. And so I think that's what we want to have the discussion around is, the vagueness of the technology in the current rules and regulations.
We have one public speaker, but Terry, you want to make a question first?
Yeah. Todd, I've received several personal calls about this, probably because I'm in Shawano and we're close to Lake Winnebago, and we have a lot of sturgeons coming up the Wolf River. And so I applaud you on taking this on, but it's going to be very challenging because the opinions are very, very polarized on this particular issue. My other question was, have we selected a new supervisor for sturgeon in Lake Winnebago yet?
We have not. We are currently in the process of filling that vacancy. We're currently in the process of reviewing the applicants that we received, and we will likely be conducting interviews in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
So that person can participate in this process. I would think that would be very important.
Right. Yep. Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, let's hear from our public appearance. This is Stuart Mucci from Fond du Lac, representing himself. Stuart, welcome to the board. Today, we are limiting public testimony to 2 minutes, so please make your points concise. At 2 minutes, I will tell you your time is up. You need to wrap it up in a timely fashion. Stuart, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me good?
You bet.
To the voting members of the Natural Resources Board, I am 60 years old and I've been actively spearing for 46 years. I am currently on the Sturgeon Advisory Committee and have been for 29 years since its inception in 1992. I'd love to spend time in front of you answering your questions like Ron Brook and I did many years ago in Madison. Now, of course, it would be Milwaukee, but to help implement some of the rules. Years ago, we were there in Madison to help implement some of the rules we currently have in place today. But I do understand it's a different world, and that's unfortunate. Since our time is extremely limited, I will keep the points few and short, probably too short. I will try to reference the statement of scope in order, focusing on high points. As it's been mentioned already today, we have a cap in place. The cap was put in place for many reasons. One of the reasons was so we wouldn't waste the time and resources on a subject like this, like we have the past 5 years or so, and to prevent law enforcement nightmares. Everyone clearly understands that our cap has not been reached for at least the past 5 years. It is very clear to people involved in sturgeon management and many people in the general public that technology does not negatively affect this resource, the sturgeon. Anyone who thinks the economic impact of many businesses in the counties surrounding Lake Winnebago would be minimal if technology were eliminated, especially bars and restaurants, clearly has no feel for how this sport impacts those local economies. The true numbers would shock many. This sport impacts those local economies, not only for the 16-day season, but more than a month before the season and more than a month after the season. I have a very large family and large group of friends that make it a point to patronize many of these places around the entire lake before, during, and after the season. We see how these places are impacted when sturgeon spearers are actively engaged and have a lot to talk about. Removal of technology along with continued dirty water takes that all away. The participation would be minimal, which leads me to my final point. I have been blessed with the time to associate and socialize with many, many people involved in this sport for the past 50 years. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that if technology were to be taken away from many of the current and future participants in this sport would rapidly become a thing of the past, and few left to participate. The few left to participate will have a minimal effect on the local economy. With all due respect to anyone and everyone, I do not support the approval of this item moving forward. This item being a statement of scope and the potential removal of technology from sturgeon spearing. Thank you very much to the board members, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if needed.
Questions for Stuart? Hearing none. Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you.
Okay, any more debate?
Can I,
Scope?
I think I probably got a couple of the same calls that Terry did. And I think for the public, it's always a good idea to understand that the scope statement is the first step and that there will be plenty of opportunities for input. And I think the staff has indicated that. So for the folks who called me, I understand, but I'm going to vote in support so that we can have those discussions and public input given the graphs that were presented.
Okay. Bill.
Quick comment. Oftentimes we tend to focus on the controversial and the negatives in this. I heard from a number of people and read from a whole lot more and saw the strong feelings in this sturgeon season and the sport in this proposal. And it's going to be a difficult path. But there was a common theme that came out in this from both proponents and opponents of this scope proposal. And that common theme was very, very strong support for the cap system and the effectiveness of the cap system. And I just want to raise that and put that on the record that, to me, that was a very strong message from the public and a strong endorsement for the current management and the past management of that sturgeon population. So thank you to staff and thank you to all of the fishers and the members of the various boards that have supported the sturgeon fishery. Thank you for what we have today, and I hope we can find a way through the discussion about technology. Thank you.
All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No, motion carries. Next item, land acquisition, expansion of project boundaries, Green Bay West Shores Wildlife Area, O'Connell County, Jim Lemke.
Again, good morning, Chair Praying, Secretary Cole, and the rest of the members of the NRB. Again, my name is Jim Lemke. I'm the real estate section chief presenting this real estate acquisition for your consideration. This is a 120-acre parcel located in the Green Bay West Shore Wildlife Area and is being purchased for $289,000 using 100% federal funding with grants secured from the Natural Resource Damage Assessment Funds and also from the North American Wetland Conservation Funds, often known as NAWCA. The property is located just north of the city of O'Connell, close to Green Bay, blocks in extremely well with department lands to the west, north, and to the south. And if acquired, will create a continuous department ownership corridor of 928 acres, which will be open to all 5 MBOAs. Acquisition of this property will protect fish spawning grounds and migrating waterfowl. We are asking for a small boundary expansion to accommodate a 4.88 acre fee acquisition strip on the south portion of the property and 2 smaller easements, which will provide improved public and department management access to the property. The bulk of the property, the 115 acres, will all be within project boundary, existing project boundary. The property will be managed for wetland protection, northern spike spawning grounds, and open waterways and migratory bird habitat. For management activities, grant funds would be sought out from a variety of external partners, included NRDA and the NACA funding, who are granting the monies to acquire this property. Ducks Unlimited is also very active and engaged in this project and in this Green Bay West Shores property. With that, Mr. Chair, I respectfully ask for approval to purchase 120 acres for land for $289,000 for Green Bay West Shore project, and that the board approve the boundary expansion as described today.
Is there a motion?
Second.
Move a second. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
The board will recess until 10:05. We'll start back up with open forum. Test, test, test. Another minute. Call the Natural Resource Board meeting back to order, please. First item on the agenda is open forum. We have 3 speakers. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to give their testimony. At 2 minutes to remind you your time is up. Please wrap up your comments. Keep in mind the testimony that threatens, intimidates, or makes disparaging comments about board members, department staff, or other members of the public is unacceptable, will not be allowed. Our first speaker is Nicholas Christensen from Madison, representing himself. Nicholas?
Hello?
Well, Nicholas, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, I wanted to thank you all for hearing from me. Can you see me and hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So Republicans in the state legislature, including Senate President Chris Kapenga, have conspired to anti-democratically maintain control of this board by using unprecedented and barely legal means to deny Ms. Nass and the voters she represents a voice. I think that you should call Senator Preen and tell him what you think about this. This is pretty unacceptable to me. This is his phone number, or sorry, you can call Chair Preen and call him and tell him what you think. 715-218-0831. I think this stunt needs to end. I think Ms. Nass needs to be on this board. I mean, she represents a lot of people who voted for Tony Evers. If Tony Evers wanted Fred Preen to stay on this board, he would have nominated him again. It's just, I think it's outrageous.
Are you done?
No.
Okay.
Are you done?
Hearing nothing else, let's move on to the next speaker, please. Paul Collins from Stoughton, representing Animal Wellness Action.
I'm actually speaking on behalf of myself as a lifelong Wisconsin citizen and not for my organization. During the June NRB meeting, I spoke about the damage being done to our system of governance when the expired term person from this board refused to step down at the end of his term. That person has continued to stubbornly refuse to step down while pretending that his actions are not partisan in nature. I want to present 2 quotes to dispute that notion. In a story from WISC Channel 3 dated June 25th, the expired term board member stated, Evers needs to pick people that the legislators can get along with. How would the expired term board member...
He's like, are you done? I was like, no. Are you done?
How would the expired term board member know the feeling of... Okay, I was muted by someone.
Go ahead, the floor is yours.
How would the expired term board member know the feelings of legislators about Governor Evers' appointments if he hasn't been speaking directly with them about this obstruction? He claims to have not heard anything from state senators about remaining in his seat. In an article published in the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, also on June 25th, the expired term board member is quoted as saying, I will vacate that board when I am ready to, or I've had enough, or can't contribute anymore, or the Senate confirms someone else. He said, then Evers can have his board. Those comments sound rather partisan to me, and frankly, continue to be a thumb in the eye of basic decency and good governance. At the June meeting, the expired term board member opined that he is not a second-class citizen when another legitimate board member dared question the makeup of the board officer positions. I wonder if he is as concerned about the majority of citizens that didn't support his preferred candidate being given the appearance that they are the second-class citizens and that they do not deserve equal representation. I somehow doubt it. The obstruction, this obstruction and charade needs to end, and hopefully the courts will do the right thing because we know who will not.
Thank you, Paul. Elizabeth Ward from Fitchburg, representing the Sierra Club of Wisconsin.
Hi, thank you. I'm speaking on the same issue, and I know this is probably really hard to hear, but I do think it needs to be said, and it's harder for the rest of us to kind of watch what's happening with our natural resources. So I'm speaking on behalf of our 20,000 members across the state who really care about protecting our natural resources. In June, our chair, Laura Lane, attended your last meeting and urged Chairperson Praying to step down from the board. I'm here to repeat that request and to deliver the additional 423 signatures on a petition that we're collecting, asking him to do the same. I'll send those to Lori to send on. As she expressed at the last meeting, by refusing to step down when the term expired, Dr. Praying is taking the rightful seat and rightful vote from an extremely qualified woman, Sandra D. Nass. Dr. Praying asked at the last meeting that it be clarified whether it was legally allowed for him to stay on the board. That may be debated soon, but either way, it certainly doesn't make it right. Wisconsin has a long history of bipartisan and nonpartisan natural resource protections. This move represents a dirty turn where our natural resources are falling victim to political games. Wisconsin deserves better than this, and I believe that we are better than this. It's not too late to make things right and to put our land, water, and wildlife ahead of this partisan scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to a large topic this morning. Letter H, request approval of the fall 2021 wolf harvest season quota. We have over 55 people that signed up to testify. But first, we're going to hear from Todd Ames, DNR Deputy Secretary, and then Keith Warnke, Fish and Wildlife and Parks Division Administrator. Todd, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Chair Praying, members of the board, and Secretary Cole. I just wanted to provide a few opening comments before I turn the rest of our presentation over to Keith Warnke. Today, the department is bringing you a recommended quota of 130 wolves for the hunt, which is to begin on November 6th. Department's objective regarding the November 2021 hunt is to maintain the long-term stability of the population as the department undertakes development of a Wisconsin wolf management plan, which will provide the framework for future population management. To achieve this objective, we have applied the best wildlife management science to sustainably manage the wolf population at their current level. This conservative approach for the November 2021 hunting season is essential for the following reasons. Hunting during the breeding season leads to uncertainty in terms of the impacts to reproduction and overall population response. Unlike in the prior 3 harvest seasons, 2012 to 2014, we do not have post-hunt population monitoring data available to evaluate the response of the wolf population to the February 2021 hunt prior to setting the next harvest quota. Models used to determine a quota recommendation were not built using data from harvest seasons like the one that occurred in February of this year. Populations may respond differently to harvest in February. Therefore, the model's ability to accurately predict outcomes of the most recent season is unknown. There is no population management experience with a second hunt in the same calendar year. And finally, although currently at a secure level, in order to maintain a sustainable population, the management approach requires conservatism and caution in this fall's quota. Make no mistake about it. As we stated consistently since the end of last year when we received notice of the delisting plans, the only way to have a transparent, inclusive, and science-based hunt following delisting was to have a single hunt in 2021 this November. The courts did not agree with us, so we had to have a rushed, ill-advised hunt in literally a matter of days, and the results speak for themselves. At the Wisconsin DNR, we pride ourselves in our ability to manage the natural resources of this state. including through the administration of responsible hunting seasons carefully managed. That is our pledge for the hunt this November, in part to ensure the state continues to have the responsibility to manage the wolf population in Wisconsin. With that and other previously mentioned considerations in mind, again, our quota recommendation is based on the best wildlife management science to sustainably manage the wolf population. I look forward to a robust debate on this important issue today. I now turn to Keith Warnke, Division Administrator for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, to provide additional detail regarding our recommendation.
Good morning, Chair Crane.
Good morning, Keith.
Secretary Cole,
Good
members of the
morning.
Natural Resources Board. Thank you for having me here this morning. I'm Keith Warnke. I'm the Division Administrator for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks in Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources. Next slide, please. So just to give you a little bit of a summary of the timeline that we've been talking about since we began this process back in December of last year. We were committed all along to a transparent, inclusive, and open process to developing a wolf harvest quota for this fall's November hunt. To that end, we established a wolf harvest advisory committee as soon as we could. That committee met twice. It was a very diverse committee. It included representatives from hunting groups, representatives from dog hunting groups, representatives from wolf advocacy groups, wolf protection groups, government representatives, and all Wisconsin's tribes were invited to participate. We provided them a ton of information for them to consider, for the committee to digest, for the committee to debate, to ask questions on. We received this committee's input. We developed a quota that you saw that Todd just recommended for you today. We made large strides to capture all of the input we possibly could from this committee. Areas where the committee agreed, areas where the committee disagreed, and what their input was going to be. All of this factored into the quota recommendation and decisions that you have before you today. We also conducted an online input forum, thousands of pieces of input from people on the web. There was a lot of discussion at committee meetings surrounding this input. We received substantial stakeholder and public input through that process and just through contacts to staff via email and other formats. The department actively worked with each of the federally recognized tribes in Wisconsin to coordinate and conduct our consultations as each tribe requested or desired. We also met with the Voight Intertribal Task Force twice in July to discuss quota setting recommendations with them as well. Furthermore, our technical team between the Tribal Task Force and DNR, which involves our scientists and population modelers, they met again in July and brought more information back to us. And so finally, here we are in August, Natural Resources Board. We presented our quota recommendation of 130 for the fall hunt. Following quota approval and any JIBWA quota declaration in the ceded territory, the appropriate state quota and number of state licenses will be determined. The license drawing is going to be in September to October, successful applicants notified, and the hunt will begin November 6th. Just to step back a little bit then, pursuant to a court order, wolf hunting season was held in February. The results of the February 21st or 2021 hunt caused the department to recommend a conservative approach for the November 2021 hunting season for the following reasons. Next slide, please. The timing of the February 2021 hunt. The population estimate we have is solid. It has been built, evaluated, tested, adapted, and fit to our wolf population. But the timing of this harvest is new territory as our models are based on fall hunts, not midwinter hunts. Normally we have a season, then we collect data, then we build a population model, and then we move forward. The February hunt reversed that order. So we're uncertain of the impacts of that February hunt to the overall population and to reproduction. This situation has not occurred before and certainly warrants caution as we determine an appropriate quota this fall. We have a solid pre-hunt population estimate.
but no post-hunt population estimate at this point. All the data was collected prior to the harvest. That confounds determining a starting population size when running the models, and that adds more uncertainty. This was the second hunt in a calendar year. Wolf population estimates are generally comparable from March in one year to March in the next year, except this year the estimate from March 2021 is a pre-hunt estimate, and the coming estimate in 2022 will be a post-hunt estimate. There will be information in the 2022 estimate on the impact of the hunts, but that is not available now, which further warrants a cautionary approach. We have a small population, and regardless of whether you want more wolves or fewer wolves, from a biological management standpoint, this population is small, and that requires careful biological scientific population management. We need to retain state management authority. We need to stay in compliance with our U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service post-delisting monitoring plan to maintain that state authority. And this calls for a conservative quota until we have more population data, more science to back up our decision making. Finally, the wolf management plan. The previous administration halted wolf management planning efforts when the species was listed. As soon as we confirmed from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service the species would be delisted, we began a new management planning committee and a new management planning process. We will not stop this process until it is complete, regardless of future status. However, it is underway, and it's important to honor the commitment we made to the management planning committee, that their deliberations and input will inform how we move forward, and that we committed to them. We did not want to make substantial population changes until their plan gave us guidance on how to manage the wolf population. In short, the quota that we have is science-based, and it's built on the best information available. That is the best path forward, a conservative quota for this year. Next slide. So in order to determine the quota, this mortality curve was used to inform the Harvest Committee and the department quota recommendations. The model shown here assumes 13% non-harvest human-caused mortality. That's depredation removals, vehicle collisions, illegal kill, etc. It accounts for the number of wolves estimated to be on tribal reservations. And this model subtracts the full 218 wolves that were harvested in February, a conservative approach for sure. True to our commitment, we looked at where the vertical axis is 0.0 and where that crosses the solid line running through the confidence interval there. That results in a quota estimation of 130 to 140 wolves. You can, in fact, place a discrete number where those two lines intersect, but given the uncertainty, a range is a more appropriate way to look at it. The model assumes normal recruitment, which may or may not have occurred following the February hunt. Again, another point of uncertainty that really should be considered. Next slide. So there we go. We have a recommended quota of 130 wolves for fall, November 2021. It represents a conservative approach. It honors our commitment to stakeholders and the planning committee. It is true to the process of tribal consultation and working with our tribal partners, and it is biologically and scientifically determined using the best available information. We'll assess tribal declarations and determine the final quota once we have those. Also, I want to note there is an emergency rule before you in September, and the impact of those emergency rule changes are unknown at this time and will be determined in September. Next one, next slide. Thank you. Just a quick update, depredation management activities were able to resume upon delisting of the wolves, lethal depredation activities. Those management activities are ongoing, and we have traps out right now to remove wolves where they're causing livestock and agricultural damage. So far, 38 wolves have been removed, 32 by our partners at USDA APHIS, and 6 through landowner permits. One note here is that retaining state management authority of wolves is critical to being able to continue to respond to our ranching and farming partners when they have wolf depredations. Next slide. So these are the 6 zones where the recommended quota will be distributed. And I say the recommended quota will be distributed equitably across those zones in relation to wolf population estimates in each zone. So licenses also will be distributed equitably. Next slide. With that, I'm happy to answer questions. I'll be here all day to follow up with anything you need.
So Keith, once you have a seat, let's get to our public testimony and we'll bring you back for sure. We have 55 speakers. We're going to hold the 2 minutes. Our first speaker is John Johnson Sr. from Lac du Flambeau, representing Lac du Flambeau Band of President and Voight Intertribal Task Force as Chairman. John Johnson Sr., are you on?
He is on. I'm asking him to unmute.
Am I unmuted now?
Yep, we can hear you fine.
Okay. Yes, good morning, Chair Preen, Secretary Cole, Todd Ames, and Natural Resources Board. And thank you for the opportunity to address the board about a matter of great importance to myself, my tribe, and the tribes that are members of the Voight Intertribal Task Force, of which I am the chairman also. I think that by now you know that the Mean Gun is understood to be the brother of the Anishinaabe, a being with whom our fate is intertwined. Many will discard this belief out of hand, considering it is a simple cultural construction not founded in fact. I, on the other hand, see the hatred that holds towards this being as being based in myth. Since Native people lived in coexistence with wolves for longer than Europeans have walked North America, the Mean Gun we know, respect, and understand seems to be a different animal than the wolf that so many others despise. But since today we are discussing a recreational killing of this being today, a concept I greatly oppose, I will hereafter use the word of wolf. We're going to hear many things today. We will hear many sound reasons why a highly conservative quota is called for, including the fact that the February season was the only hunt anywhere that was nestled entirely in the wolves breeding season, and that as a result that the great quota overage, the state had functional equivalent of 2 seasons already this year. The fact that we don't know the full impact of February season, either directly or from the loss of pup recruitment, and that the fall season comes with tremendous biological uncertainty, as Wisconsin has not previously set successive season quotas without gaining a population estimate in between the kills. The fact that the existing state wolf plan is grossly out of date, and the fact that the ecological benefit wolves provide far outweigh the negative impacts they also occasionally cause. The fact that not only the tribes, but the majority of Wisconsin public do not support reducing the Wisconsin wolf population. We will also hear people encourage you to slowly, if only to reduce the likelihood of having wolves put back on endangered species list. On the other side, we will hear others contend that our meager wolf population is out of control and needs to be slaughtered. So we will hear groups suggest that since they don't expose eliminating wolves altogether, it is a reasonable position to slash the small population of this highly social animal in half or more in just 1 year. We will hear others claims we must kill wolves to save cows and deer, even though a hunting season has little effect on livestock depredation, and that taking of deer by the wolves is necessary for the long-term health of the herd. We will hear people encouraging the board and the DNR to disregard the tribe's treaty reserve rights. so that others can enjoy the novelty of killing a wolf or satisfies a misplaced revenge after choosing to put their hounds in harm's way. We will also hear some of the people who despise the exercise of tribal subsistence harvest suggest that the state would celebrate what happened in February and in great quota overage and reward recreational harvesters with an even larger fall quotas, all while the tribes face significant repercussions in the rare instances of tribal quota exceedance. And we know that no science, no data, no cultural belief, no consideration of hunting ethics is likely to sway the minds of those who are clamoring for more blood of our brother. A letter you received in March from the Voight Task Force is in our materials today. It sets out the task force thinks the state should do in relation to this fall's season hunt. And I won't restate those recommendations here. What I will say is I fear that it will be a short supply today is respect. Respect for science, respect for the majority of the state public, respect for tribal community, even for the integrity and intent of the board itself, and of course, respect for the wolf for machine gun. The board has a decision to make today. That decision will be a large part of the legacy of some board members. It will reflect your wisdom and reveal if the board serves the majority of the people of Wisconsin or their interests of a few. I hope you reach a respectful decision. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, representing the Lac de Flambeau and the Voight Task Force. Next is Rob Bowman from Racine, representing himself. Rob, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Can you hear me fine?
Just fine.
Thank you, Chairman Prain, Secretary Cole, members of the Wisconsin Natural Resources Board for allowing me to testify today. The wolf population has grown exponentially according to the DNR, as noted on the department's gray wolf monitoring report. The 2020 wolf population in Wisconsin was estimated to be about 1,034 wolves, which is 3 times the state's goal of 350 wolves. Even after the hunt earlier this year, these numbers are still well above the stated goal. Last season's quota was met quickly, and the season was shut down within 2 days, showing us that there are many more wolves in Wisconsin. Keeping the wolf population at such a high level has been a problem, especially for farmers in the state. We have a responsibility to properly manage the wolf population, therefore using science to begin reducing the wolf population to the 350 population goal. I believe we need to harvest 500 wolves this season. A wolf management plan is already in place. During the 2012, 13, and 14 wolf harvest seasons, the DNR used a formula that allowed for hunters to harvest about 22% of the current wolf numbers. This rate was very conservative and only reduced the population by 69 animals in the 3 years of harvesting wolf seasons. Using this exact formula would barely lower our minimum wolf count. The science is already gathered and reported each year of the minimum wolf count. In the past wolf harvest seasons, the formula has helped manage the wolf population without causing any large disruption to the wolf population. To properly implement the wolf harvest season, quotas and numbers of harvested wolves from previous wolf harvesting seasons should be used. In closing, I ask that the board work with the Secretary's office on reopening the application process and extend the deadline to August 31st. The final quota and amount of harvest tags available will not be established until after today's board meeting. This extension would give sportsmen and women the ample amount of time to decide if they want to apply for a harvest tag or not. Once again, thank you for allowing me to speak regarding the fall 2021 wolf harvest quota in Wisconsin.
Thank you, Rob. Next is Tina Brown from Black River Falls, representing Ho-Chunk Nation, Executive Director. Tina, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Secretary Cole, and attendees. I'm going to keep this brief. I am the Executive Director of the Ho-Chunk Nation DNR, and I'm taking this opportunity to express the Ho-Chunk Nation's position on the wolf hunting. On June 18th, 2021, the Ho-Chunk Nation Legislature approved Resolution 060821W, opposition to and prohibition of hunting on Ho-Chunk Nation lands. In short, it states pursuant to our constitutional authority, we prohibit the hunting or trapping of wolf on Ho-Chunk Nation lands or within our jurisdictions. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Tina. Next is Al Lubner from Millador, representing himself.
Thank you. Good morning, Secretary Cole, Chairman Prane, and members of the Natural Resources Board. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with regard to the proposed wolf harvest quota. I have been involved with this subject since before the population goal was raised to 250 wolves, and most recently served on the DNR Wolf Advisory Committee until about 2017. The reason I am here today is to set the record straight regarding a recent quote in the news from Keith Warnke, where he said that the population goal of 350 was meant to be more of a floor and not a ceiling. So that you are aware, there was only one time when the department staff came to these meetings other than those that were regular members of the committee. Although there were 3 options given to the committee regarding population options, the majority of the committee agreed that they wanted to leave the goal of 350 as a ceiling. I will agree with Mr. Warnke that there were members of the department that wanted to leave 350 as a floor with the ceiling being open-ended. But as I said, the majority of committee members wanted a ceiling set. Another significant consideration that I feel needs to be researched and happens to be in other canines is compensatory reproduction. To this point, we have no knowledge of what that would be with our wolf population. With other populations or other canines, this phenomenon is what keeps their population thriving. My thoughts are that these animals can take a larger harvest here than what is being presented today. One other point I would like to make is that the 216 wolves that were harvested last February were actually part of the 2020 harvest season, because that season goes from the 1st of November, I believe, to the end of February.
Al, do you want to wrap it up, please?
Any questions?
Any questions for Al? Thank you, Al. Next is Kendall Durham from Neelsville, representing herself. Kendall Durham.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Must be on mute. Yeah, he's on mute. Kendall, you're muted right now. Can you unmute your microphone somewhere? On the computer, should be a little line going through a microphone. Just hit that or something. There you go. Floor is yours. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm Kendall Durham from Neelsville, Wisconsin, Clark County. I run Central Forest. I run wolves with hounds. I'm here to answer any questions and give you some of my observations. I've been training on wolves since we could legally do it. The reason I started because I lost some hounds to wolves during the bear training season, and my feeling was if these wolves were educated, that when they hear hounds bark, that they were going to maybe possibly be hunted, they wouldn't be so brave to come in and kill dogs. Wolves act different when they're being hunted, just like any other animal. They're different. They're just a different animal. They're like anything. Once they're being hunted, they know it. And I think with some education with them being run by dogs, we would have less depredation problems. And as far as wolves coming in and killing the dogs, people say they're protecting the den sites. I don't believe that's what's happening. Anytime an animal is in protection mode, they don't eat what they kill. They go back because they're worried about protection. I think it's these pups are being taught to run and get their first kill, and a dog is an easy target, is what I believe what goes on out there. I spend a lot of time in the woods. I run every weekend on bear, July, August. I run all through September into October. And once 9-day gun deer season's done, I run wolves every weekend with my dogs. And since I've done this, I have not had a depredation problem in these same areas. So I believe it's a working program. And there's this myth out there that this wolf is this big dangerous animal. No, they're not. You get them separated out 1, 2 at a time. They're no different than a coyote or anything else. They don't stand and do this big fight like you think we're going to have these big bloodbaths in the woods.
Kendall, could you please wrap it up, please?
Okay, any questions?
Question.
Yep.
Sir, did you hunt in the February season?
No, this year I did not, but I did in the previous one because I couldn't get off work on that short of notice.
Okay. Normally, if you were to hunt, would you scout ahead of time prior to the hunt?
I've spent so much time on the woods every weekend, I know where they're at. I can just drive out, start cutting tracks on any section of woods I want to go running.
Okay.
I'm out there every weekend from when after the day to the snow's gone. I'm out there every weekend running dogs.
Thank you.
You're a lucky man to spend that much time in the woods.
All right, thank you, Kendall. Next is Lori Groskopf from Tomahawk, representing herself.
Well, thank you for allowing me to speak today. This 130 as the proposed quota is designed to increase the wolf population, and the DNR fully knows that. It is also the lowest quota proposed of all 4 seasons, even though we had less wolves in the first 3 seasons. Our wolf numbers are the second highest number in the lower 48. Idaho has more wolves than us. Montana has less wolves than us. That is, Montana has less wolves than us. Wyoming has less wolves, and so does the UP of Michigan. Only Minnesota has more. We also have by far the highest human density of any state in the wolf recovery. And that is causing problems because marginal and suboptimal and unsuitable habitat is being occupied by wolves and causing conflicts with humans. That's just always going to happen. We have the DNR kind of joining the ranks of the wolf expansionists throughout the 26 years I've been involved in this, the last 12 very heavily. The high numbers are connected. Our wolves are not in any danger. Our wolves are present in high numbers and connected to a large source population on both sides that is connected to Canada. The International Union for the Conservation of Nature calls wolves a species of least concern. The real problem is going to be getting these numbers under any semblance of control, and the board should be aware of this as I send out a study that I did through 2015 of Idaho and Montana, who has had numerous hunts going year round, some of them, and they've been unable to get control of their numbers. So there is very poor public sentiment in the wolf areas of people who are exposed to wolves. And I did a research project this spring.
Lori, could you please wrap it up?
And I think we should start looking at this program in terms of high quality instead of high numbers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori. Next is Trish Marie from Grand Blanc, Minnesota. Michigan, excuse me, representing herself. Trish?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Floor is yours.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, getting my equipment going here. Board, thank you. Board and everyone, thank you for having this public meeting. And my comment is, you have a public trust to manage the wildlife resources of Wisconsin responsibly. And the February hunt was anything but responsible. I think everyone agrees. And also to manage wildlife based on science. Science requires data, and you have no data on the February hunt as you didn't collect any other than the number of dead wolves. And even that number is possibly inaccurate due to possible poaching. You have no data on how the February hunt may have disrupted pup production. You're violating your public trust to make decisions based on science. Science requires data. There's no data there. You need data and you need time to collect that data. And to say 130 wolves is conservative, you don't know if it's conservative or not. You don't have any data to say whether it's conservative or not. Based on, what happened in February, which was an embarrassment the world over. I mean, it made headlines in Europe and everywhere, and they weren't positive headlines. I think holding an additional hunt is irresponsible. And the Wisconsin law calls for a hunt. Well, it doesn't call for a specific quota. I mean, you could have a quota of 1 if you wanted to. And essentially, that's my comment. Other than the night before the February hunt, I have to say was traumatic for me and many other people because we knew what was going to happen. We knew what was going to happen, and what happened was exactly what we thought was going to happen. I mean, it could have been predicted. So, board, that is my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trish. Gloria Ann Klein from Greendale, Wisconsin, representing herself. Gloria Ann Klein. Gloria Ann Klein on. All right, moving to the next one. Penny Warner from Mequon, representing herself.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Whoa. This is who? Is this Penny Warner?
Hello?
Anybody? And yes, who's speaking, please?
This is Penny Warner. Can you hear me?
Okay, Penny Warner, the floor is yours. You have 2 minutes, please, Penny.
Oh, thank you. It's so good to be here this morning. Hello, everybody. I have a vested interest in what's going to happen here today. I am a resident of Mequon, and I also own a second home in Minocqua. I have been monitoring wolves in Oneida County for over 30 years and have shared countless happy days and nights with friends, family, and neighbors, hiking on my 170 acres of forest land, searching for wolf tracks, eliciting wolf howling responses, taking photographs of the wolves, and catching that rare glimpse of one of the wolves on my forest trails. When considering all the cautionary reasons listed by the Department of Natural Resources for setting a conservative quota for the fall hunt, I'm wondering why they didn't include heartworm. They state in their green sheet, and I quote, "There may be impacts to the population that the models do not account for, particularly given the recent report of heartworm in 38% of wolves necropsied from the February hunt," end quote. That number predicts that nearly 40% of the wolf population in our state will die from that fatal disease. Combined with continual poaching, lack of pup production, and 40% of the wolf population dying from heartworm, our wolves face a really grim future for survival in our state. The quota of 130 wolves is not at all conservative. It is the tipping point for extinction, intentional or not. By systematically wiping out our precious resource, our wolves, you are robbing me of all future enjoyment and recreation on my land. I would really like a 0 quota set for the fall hunt. We wouldn't really be in this mess if you would stop allowing the special interest groups to violate the public trust. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Penny. Next speaker is Melissa Smith, Madison, representing Friends of Wisconsin Wolf and Wildlife.
Good morning, board and Secretary Cole, Dr. Pren. Forgive me for not sounding as professional as I normally do. I'm feeling very sick, actually talking to you from my bed, but not as sick as I felt after the February hunt, I can tell you that. You keep saying the wolf issue is polarizing. It's not. It's no different than deer or bear, not on a pedestal or below. But you don't go over 15% harvest of the population of that wildlife, your preferred constituency, hunters. But wolves, 30 to 40%, 89% above quota, by any means, no matter how archaic or disgusting they may be. The majority of Wisconsinites, even hunters, were appalled by your decisions in February. The agency said no, the public said no, the scientists said no, and now they say no to a fall hunt. But you don't care. In fact, you made certain that we couldn't even hold you accountable for any decision you made in February or even say the word wolf until now. If any other demographic was doing to the wolf what you are doing, it would have been banned 20 years ago. The public needs to know that your keywords of heritage, harvest, hunting are just a guise for dogfighting and cruelty. And the saddest part to me is that you know it. You know this and you made these decisions and you're going to do it again. The wolf policy you have is racist and undemocratic and probably against the law. It's always using whatever tactics you have to try to win a cultural war you are losing. whether it's not stepping down from a valued and respected position or giving the power to a fringe group of people who enjoy cruelty or violence. Your job is to protect our resources and not to exploit them. You, Ted Nugent, your friends at Wisconsin Bear Hunters Association may think you have the upper hand now, but if you want to see the wolf relisted, then decide on the quota you probably already knew before this meeting, before the green sheet, and before the public opposition you already read in the 1,000 plus comments and the testimony you'll hear today. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Kelly Phyllis from Waukesha, represent herself.
Hi, can you hear me?
You bet.
Okay, good. The definition of irresponsible is not thinking carefully or thoroughly about an action or what results might happen. The winter tracking data for wolves was incomplete, yet a kill quota was established anyway. The wolves went from endangered to the subject of an emergency hunt overnight. That kind of decision, it's not proper to manage a species. The kill quota was exceeded by 89 some odd % during mating season, and pregnant lactating wolves were killed. There's no understanding of how this massacre will affect the future of wolves, and genetic diversity is needed for a healthy wolf population. Wolf recovery is incomplete, and it's highly unlikely on the course that we're on. The DNR, NRB, the whole system needs reform. The criteria to be on the NRB is highly biased toward hunters. The DNR has been given large amounts of money by groups like Safari International and Hunter Nation. The DNR is also funded by the fees for hunting licenses. My point here is there's a huge conflict of interest here. 5 wildlife conservation groups have formed a coalition and have developed a wolf management blueprint for advocates and agencies such as yours. It had a wide range of reviewers, including academia, former and current agency staff, Wisconsin Great Lakes tribes, and other environmental groups. I urge you to please consult this blueprint at wolfplanning.org. Wisconsin needs a successful stewardship plan for current and future generations and for the benefit of wolves themselves based on science. Any legitimate wildlife governing body needs to be comprised of separate groups, including technical advisory, biology, ecology, social science, ethics, habitat, and genetics. I oppose all methods of killing wolves. If you've never witnessed a kill method in person, please.
Kelly, you need to wrap things up, please.
Okay, please watch the video posted on the internet, and please don't let wolves go extinct on your watch. And anything other than a zero quota is irresponsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Tyler Wenslow from Stoughton, representing Wisconsin Farm Bureau Federation. There was a hand up.
Thank you, NRB, for allowing me to speak. The Wisconsin Farm Bureau Federation is the state's largest general farm organization with over 47,000 members throughout the state. We have members that have been directly impacted by their interactions with wolves. Farmers believe, and our policy supports, that wolves have an important place in our ecosystem. However, like any natural resource, that population must be appropriately managed. Unfortunately, until February 2021 hunting season, Wisconsin's wolf population had gone unmanaged since 2015, and that resulted in wolf conflicts with livestock. WFBF is a grassroots organization with its policy developed by its members. Our policy supports the current wolf management plan with a stated wolf population goal of 350 animals. Wisconsin should continue to manage wolves with this population goal in mind, while the Wolf Management Advisory Committee continues to work on a new state management plan. WFBF believes the statewide harvest quota of 130 wolves for the November 2020 hunt is too low to reach the state's wolf population goal. We would urge the Natural Resources Board to increase the wolf quota so that Wisconsin can move towards a more balanced approach between a healthy wolf population and reduction in livestock agriculture conflicts. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Any questions? Thank you, Tyler. Lewis Lehman from DeForest, representing Wisconsin Wildlife Advocates. Lewis Lehman. Lewis Lehman from DeForest.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Yesterday, I spent most of the day in the most beautiful part of our state on the dunes north of Sturgeon Bay. The sand just blew at me and my eyelids are all red. However, today is another day. I heard Keith speak about the, the wolf population as small. I heard him talk about that the information we have, it's the best information that we have. So I am urging the DNR to decrease the quota because it is inferred that the quota will be exceeded again following the disastrous federal hunt. How can you assure us that you will monitor this hunt to not exceed the kill number? As with the annual Lake Winnebago sturgeon season, I urge you to use the full warden power to oversee the fall hunt, just as vigorously as you do the sturgeon season. Todd called this an active management. We need that for our wolves. Please use the precedent of your decision to withhold fishing rights. You withheld the fishing rights of the Le Corderet band when they exceeded fishing on a lake. You would not allow them to fish for 1 year.
Lois, you need to wrap things up, please.
I want to finish my analogy, Chairman Prang. For all violations during this fall hunt, please revoke all hunting permits for the 2022 season, beginning with the date of the citation.
All right,
Restore our image.
Thank you, Lois, for your testimony. Appreciate it. Lindsay Dalton, please, from Middleton, represent yourself.
Hello, thank you so much for hearing from me today. I am an avid hiker, camper, and nature lover. I am expressing my opposition to the proposed wolf quota of 130 due to the unprecedented spring hunt, as many others have already referenced. The wolf population of Wisconsin was decimated. We still don't know the full impact of the hunt due to its unprecedented nature. We do know that hunters went well over quota, and that was only the kills that were reported. We also know that poaching is extremely common once hunting a new species is allowed. Given all of the unknowns, any quota should be extremely conservative. In fact, it should be set at 0 until all of the data can be collected on the full impact of the spring hunt so that a quota is science-based. Let's not repeat the mistakes of history when we not that long ago brought wolves to the brink of extinction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lindsay. Elizabeth Ward from Vicksburg, representing Sierra Club of Wisconsin.
Thank you. I'm again speaking on behalf of our 20,000 members across the state. Our position has been and continues to be that wolf management needs to be based on up-to-date science, including social science, public input, and to center tribal rights and consultation. This proposed quota is not that. Sierra Club members across the state have been participating in all the public input opportunities to call for this science-based management. Wisconsin's February 2021 hunt earned Wisconsin a black eye across the state and nationally for conducting a wolf hunt divorced from science and ethical norms. We can't allow this to happen again. Yet a quota of 130 sets the stage for that to happen. There's no scientific basis for this proposal. In fact, the green sheet states the DNR did not have the data, including population count, scientific analysis, or time to conduct a process that would identify a proper quota. The green sheet goes on to explain there was disagreement among the members of the Harvest Committee on other measurements. The result was to inelegantly pick a number in the middle instead of relying on the best available science to determine that number. Negotiating a number is not science. The February wolf hunt exceeded the state's quota by 99 wolves, or 83% in less than 3 days. Certain zones, like Zone 2 in Northeast Wisconsin, experienced over 250% over quota. In some ways, the quota exceedance equated to 2 hunts already this year. In the green sheet, the DNR states that the results of the February wolf hunt and the population now and into the future are uncertain. Some estimates say that the February hunt could have led to a 30% reduction in our population. Wolves are critical for our ecosystems, and they can't handle another destructive hunt like February. Given that, we're asking that the quota be 0 or as close to 0 as is legal. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Next speaker is Linda Hendricks for New Richmond, representing herself.
Can
Linda,
you hear me?
Yep, Linda Hendricks.
Oh, okay. We have a cabin outside of the Shawamagon and camp in that same forest. We haven't heard wolves howl since the 2012 through 15 hunts. We were heartbroken to learn that over 50 wolves were killed just in our Zone 1 in February. The DNR Wolf Survey begins by listing reasons for a conservative approach to this November, then recommends 130 quota. This is shocking. I must say, I have concerns that this organization, which supposedly has conservation as its focus, seems more interested in the desires of bear hunters, especially those who use hounds, than in listening to the nearly 2/3 majority of Wisconsin voters who dislike the hunting of wolves. 62% Humane Society 2021. 188 out of the 218 wolves killed in February were with use of hounds. There's only a 0.02% DNA variance between wolves and hounds. This is dog fighting on our public lands. We are losing our public lands and wild places to powerful hunting groups, ranchers, money, and greed. The public trust doctrine exists to ensure species survival for future generations. You have an obligation to enforce this. I would like to see as close to a 0 quota for the fall hunt as possible. The DNR mission statement has as its tenets to protect and enhance our natural resources, our air, land, water, and wildlife, fish and forests, and the ecosystems that sustain all life. It also states to work with people to understand each other's views and carry out the public will. And in this partnership, consider this future and generations to follow. 2/3 of Wisconsin voters demand you protect our wolves. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Lori Fuchs from Pewaukee, representing herself. Lori Fuchs.
Good morning.
Good morning.
A lifelong Wisconsin resident, and I am the daughter of a lifelong fair chase hunter. Wolf population management should be based on facts, sound science, not negligent greed. Let's be honest. What happened in February was not hunting, but cruelty, ecocide, a crime. It was absolutely not wildlife management, but destruction of Wisconsin's natural environment by derelict, deliberate human action. The winter hunt blew past its kill quota in just 63 hours. According to a study released by UW-Madison, the Wisconsin wolf hunt killed as much as 1/3 of the state's wolf population in less than 3 days. Fact, wolf population estimate 2020, 1,195. Fact, winter hunt 2021, in the middle of breeding season, using high-tech equipment, hounds to chase down wolves to points of exhaustion, then ripping them apart as they made a last attempt to defend their lives. Nighttime search, snowmobiles resulted in a high harvest in a short time. Unsustainable killing, thrill killing. The DNR acknowledges its very own data to be unreliable and incomplete. The DNR has admitted a conservative approach is needed. Please do not condone the fall hunt. Please do not be complicit. Employ the ethical, noble path. Please return management to professionals and scientists where it belongs. No fall hunt, 0 quota. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Paul Collins from Stoughton, representing Animal Wellness Action.
My name is Paul Collins, and I'm the State Director for Animal Wellness Action. On behalf of Animal Wellness Action and myself as a lifelong Wisconsin resident, I will be speaking about my opposition to the reckless wolf kill quota being set for this fall. I don't for one second think that what occurred in February wasn't the ultimate goal of some on this board and some within the DNR itself. Now you want to do it all over again with some cosmetic changes and a supposedly more conservative kill quota. Make no mistake that those seeking to eradicate wolves from our state will repeat what happened in February, whether your quota is 130 or 1,300. What is being called wolf management in this state is a revenge-driven assault perpetrated by legal dog fighters, trophy killers, disingenuous special interests, and their anti-wolf allies in the state legislature. No other big game species is treated in the same manner that the gray wolf is in Wisconsin. One only needs to look at the refusal of the DNR and this very board to institute any sort of rules regarding the training of hounds that are pitted against wolves. As it stands now, hounds are allowed to be used against wolves 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year under the guise of training. Why is that? Is any other big game species allowed to be harassed by dogs 24/7, 365? Of course not. While it is abundantly clear that the majority of this board already have their minds made up, make no mistake that your actions will only make the case for organizations such as my own that openly hostile and anti-wolf states like Wisconsin are incapable of scientifically or ethically managing this species. When a relisting occurs, you will only have your decisions and the openly cruel action of wolf hunters, trappers, and hounders to blame. The quota should be 0. But sadly, many on this board and the anti-wolf zealots won't be happy until the population itself is 0.
Thank you, Paul. Dawn Sabine from Stoughton, represent herself. Dawn Sabine.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Hi, Dawn.
Hi,
Floor is yours.
I'm actually from Madison.
I'm sorry.
But Lori was going to correct that, so thank you. Thank you for allowing me this time to express that I'm very disheartened that a November 2021 hunt is being planned, especially given the February 2021 hunt was rushed through without scientific nor tribal input. Many packs were either weakened or broken up due to the February hunt. When this happens, the remaining wolves may need to resort to easy prey, such as livestock. Unfortunately, as a result of the February hunt, we are now seeing more wolf depredations on livestock. The mission of the NRB and DNR is preserving and enhancing natural resources. Killing wolves does not preserve or enhance these species. It has been proven scientifically that these top-tier predators are mandatory for a healthy ecosystem. The February hunt proved legislative reformation is needed. The DNR should not have to provide 24-hour closure notice, as this, coupled with the 24-hour allowance to report a kill, makes adherence to a quota impossible. Baiting, hounding, night hunting, and the use of snowmobiles all need to be banned. These type of hunting practices clearly violate fair chase ethics by taking advantage of the unnatural conditions created by the hunter. Allowing hunters to unleash packs of dogs on wolves is essentially allowing dog fighting, which is illegal in all 50 states. Because of the uncertainty of the effects of the February hunt on our small population of wolves, I urge you to call off the November 2021 hunt. If that is not possible, please set the quota at 0. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Dawn. Next, we have Adrian Bedevin from Cable, representing Wisconsin's Green Fire. Adrian.
Morning.
Morning.
Chairman Pren, members of the Natural Resource Board, Secretary Cole, and Assistant Secretary Ames. My name is Adrian Whitevan. I would like to provide testimony on behalf of Wisconsin Green Fire on the proposed wolf quota by the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources. I will keep my comments short within the 2 minutes time frame, but I have enclosed more details in my written testimony. Wisconsin Green Fire recommends a quota of no more than 30 wolves for this next fall. Last winter's wolf harvest probably reduced the wolf population by 30% or greater. The department is now starting a new system or using a new system for counting wolves, and Green Fire does support that system using occupancy modeling, but that occupancy modeling gives us population estimations that average about 14-15% higher than the minimum counting system that we've previously used. That minimum counting system was used for setting quotas in the 2012, 2013, 2014 wolf harvest. And minimum counting systems are the main studies that were used in the Adams model that supports the wolf harvest system. So the minimum counting system is a more conservative approach. If we go to that approach, we probably were down to 700 some wolves by this last winter. If our goal is to maintain the population near recent levels, current levels, it will probably take 2 or 3 years to regain those levels, even at zero quotas. So Green Fire is recommending a highly low quota of only about 30 animals. Removing as many as 130 wolves from another population would probably create destabilizing effects on packs throughout the state. There's no other wildlife species that we are reducing to the levels that we are doing with wolves. It increases the trigger possibility of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service relisting wolves. Given the high levels of uncertainty and over actual removal due to the difficulty of the recruitment, loss of breeding females, and removal of breeding females, it's impossible.
Adrian, you need to wrap things up, please.
So, in essence, that we are not. In 1985, the Wisconsin DNR closed the bear hunting season when we didn't have adequate control on the bear harvest and the bear harvest system. Under current conditions, it's really difficult to argue that we should harvest from this population more than 30 wolves.
Okay, thank you, Adrian.
Take any questions?
Sure.
Adrian, as most people know, you're retired and did a lot of survey work. Why do you say you believe there's a 30% reduction?
In last fall, or last winter's population, if you remove the 218 from the population and add 10 to 50% as far as additional mortalities that likely would have occurred, wounding losses, animals that were not recovered, animals that were not reported, with the very short-term registration period and urging on the social media for people not to report their harvest until the very end or to keep the season open as long as possible, I think it's highly likely that the harvest would have been the total removal would have been considerably higher than the 218. So removing that from a minimum count of 900 some wolves that we probably had this winter, we're down to 700 some wolves, and that represents about a 30% reduction of the population.
Okay, but our survey is continuing then? I mean, when will we know? Everybody says we don't know what the impact is from February. When will we know?
Well, to some extent, it won't be until we have another wolf survey next winter that we'll have a better sense for where the population is at. And of course, that will be after we've had the 2 hunting seasons. And the big unknown, obviously, will be this spring, how many packs actually produce pups. There's pretty good evidence that there's a reduction in pup production. Surveys that are being conducted right now by Timberwolf Alliance and Timberwolf Information Network, howling surveys, indicating only about half the packs seem to have pups with them. Typically, we're finding 80-90% of packs do have pups with them in summer. So there's indications that there's reduced reproduction of wolf packs that occurred this last spring.
Okay, thank you.
Cass, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I can't let this stand. Adrian, first of all, you participated in the original wolf management plan.
That's correct.
And you guys set a goal at 350, and that was based on your determination of biological carrying capacity and social carrying capacity. Now you're here advocating, before a new management plan is done, a much higher wolf population on the ground. And then you're given the public numbers that is what's creating the controversy here. You know full well that minimum population count that's listed in the green sheet was prior to the pup production that occurred that year, and then our fall hunt occurred. So you're subtracting from this number that is prior to the pup production. And you know that.
Well,
And
actually, the
it kind
department
of
did-
bothers me that a former DNR employee will come here and spew this misinformation publicly.
Well,
That's all I
actually, the department did not make a minimum count this year. The population estimation is an occupancy modeling estimate, which is on the average about 14–15% higher than a minimum count. In the 1999 Wolf Plan, the Wolf Committee originally recommended a population of 300 to 500 wolves. That was reduced to a delisting level of 250 wolves and a management level of 350 wolves based on political compromises and discussions that we had afterwards. And those goals were based on concept of population carrying capacity of about 500 wolves that we had in the 1990s, and population viability analysis back in the 1990s that suggested we needed a population of 300 to 500 wolves. So our current estimates, our most recent estimates, are the carrying capacity is probably about 1,242 wolves. So the best available science indicates that carrying capacity is much higher than what we assumed when we developed those goals in the 1999 plan.
Okay, but we are still in the current management plan. But I'm looking at the minimum count right here on the green sheet. I don't know if you read the green sheet, and that minimum count was prior to the wolf production.
What number are you looking at?
For that year.
So we need to move on.
Yeah, we need to move on,
We need to
but
move on.
thank you for your testimony.
Jeff Whitell from Shorewood, represent himself. Jeff Whitell.
Thank you. So by way of introduction, first of all, can you hear me okay?
We hear you fine, Jeff.
Great. So by way of introduction, I'm a citizen, a resident of Shorewood, and I've been practicing critical care medicine for the last 36 years. Also, by way of sport, I'm a precision small bore, offhand bullseye target shooter at 50 meters, as was recently seen in the Olympics. And I would like to begin. This past winter, while under the jurisdiction of the Wisconsin DNR, and in the shadows of the deadliest pandemic in a century, the wolves of northern Wisconsin became senseless victims of a horrific killing orgy. While a ballistic death from a high-powered rifle may have led to a swift death in some, we know that others were even less fortunate as they languished in the jaws of steel traps, awaiting their execution at point-blank range. Based on forensic studies, there is little doubt that some of these wolves died under the most inhumane circumstances while defending themselves and their family against the jaws and claws of vicious hunting dogs, instrumented with state-of-the-art GPS monitors. Forensics confirms that teeth-inflicted wounds occurred prior to terminal ballistic death. In essence, permissive dogfighting occurred under the authority of the DNR. This is illegal. Despite your intent, I don't believe that the DNR has the resources to enforce and prosecute these incidental crimes in the field. Many of these trophy hunters had no interest in the well-being of northern Wisconsin ecosystem. Why should they? After all, many of them were from out of state. Their indifference to matters of Wisconsin wildlife is reflected by the fact that only a single hunter presented few comments at the last DNR quota meeting that I attended, at least late in the winter of 21.
Jeff,
Those of us at that last meeting.
Jeff, you're going to need to wrap it up, please.
Yes, those of us at that last meeting noticed that his comments said that things that things went wrong. So I'll conclude here by saying the killing spree that went viral and that the whole world was appraised of in short order, it was an embarrassment and a moral tragedy for the citizens of Wisconsin. The idea that we can calculate a satisfactory death toll for the endangered animal that was removed from the endangered species list, not by sound science, but rather by special interest and political inertia, must not be forgotten at this meeting, because
Jeff,
history will remember.
Thank you, Jeff. We're going to need to move on. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Jeff. Deborah Taylor from Denver, Colorado, representing herself. Deborah Taylor.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep. We can hear you fine,
Hi.
Deborah. The floor is yours.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Deborah Taylor. I represent my family. I was born, raised, and educated in Wisconsin. I became interested in prion diseases for personal reasons, family reasons. And as a retired research librarian, I have focused on research on BSE, bovine spongiform encephalopathy, and CWD, chronic wasting disease. I have observed the exponential rise of CWD in Wisconsin since 2002 was first documented. Wolves have 1,000 times more olfactory focused on sick and dying prey. Killing more wolves will ensure more CWD spreading. Please follow science. Stop the spread of wasting, drooling, stop eating, stumbling, brain dying of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease and Alzheimer's. Now almost 600 cases a year as of 2019 CDC. I oppose an additional harvest.
All right, thank you very much, Deborah. Cynthia Samuels from Iron River, representing herself. Cynthia Samuels, Cynthia on?
Yes, sorry. My
Thank
name
you.
is Cynthia. I am a resident of northern Wisconsin, and I'm fortunate to live a stone's throw from our national forest in all 4 directions. Daily life here by default includes coexisting with our wild neighbors, including wolves. Despite cries that wolves are a threat to deer populations, livestock, and are a viable threat to anyone entering the woods unarmed, the reality from my experience as a photographer, a hiker, a dog walker, and a trail camera novice is far different. They are indeed a threat to the packs of bear dogs trespassing into their territory as we sit here today. 3 were killed in Bayfield County last week in 3 consecutive days. These depredations do not reflect population size, and you know better than that. They reflect unethical and reckless human trophy hunter behavior. The top nuisance species in my neighborhood right now is, in fact, deer. Deer repellent is a hard commodity to keep on the shelves at the hardware stores. They are everywhere. They are eating everything. They are in our gardens, in our yards, at our doorstep. This is not typical behavior. They have infiltrated our neighborhoods over the past years. Wolves are needed to keep their populations in check and do a far better job without the need for constant adulation and trophy heads to hang on the wall. I find it appalling that despite allowing the free-for-all slaughter in February, you are determined to add at least 130 wolves to that tally. This number will be far exceeded in an atmosphere of hatred instead of respect and coexistence. If anything, February will be forever remembered worldwide as an unsportsmanlike, frenzied kill spree of a vilified predator. It also highlighted the sheer hatred our Wisconsin Bear Hounder Association, especially bear hounders, harbor.
Cynthia, you're going to need to wrap it up, please.
Wrapping up, thank you.
Thank you.
130 is far from conservative. I, for one, am ashamed to live in a state full of wildlife we are all to enjoy, where coexistence and respect for a vital predator is not shared by either the DNR, the NRB, or the WCC. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Cynthia. Mara Bradley from Milwaukee, representing herself.
Hi, thank you. I'm glad to have the opportunity to voice my comment for your consideration regarding the November 21 wolf hunt quote, a proposed quota. I'm glad because what is at stake is the survival of the wolf in this state, as well as more broadly in our country. I am unable to sit by in silence as the fate of this magnificent creature is decided on the basis of little more than the basic and human petty motives, such as fear, irrational hatred, the desire to dominate, an outdated stratagem for short-term profit, and finally, and most disturbingly of all, a shameful pleasure in indiscriminate killing that betrays an utter lack of reverence for life and the wolf's intrinsic value and part in creation. I'm especially appalled because the proposed quota is not conservative. It, as well as the reason for the hunt itself, have no basis or interest in current scientific understandings or findings, nor any basis in any scientific analysis of the effects of the disastrous slaughter of wolves in the breeding season and in February, nor even an analysis of what a second hunt this year will mean, nor finally even in a scientifically up-to-date management plan in place upon the basis of which to make informed and rational and ethical decisions about how to be stewards of the wolf and its critical role in the overall health of the web of life. Indeed, this failure to honor and adhere to the stated mission of the DNR to conserve wildlife native to the state, as well as the shocking apparent willingness to promote and permit a second round of killing of wolves in the absence of analysis, method, or plan, and the repeated disregard for the input of council tribal leaders and the expressed will of the majority of Wisconsin citizens who spoke in strong opposition to the first hunt, make it clear that it is imperative that board members today make the only sane, professional, and ethical determination that only a zero quota should be permitted this November.
Hey, Mara, could you wrap it up, please, Mara?
Yes, I just a sentence to go.
Okay.
Our responsibility is to preserve and conserve what remains of the web of life. We have little time left and an imperative to do so if we want to have a meaningful future on this planet. Trophy hunting cannot play a role in this deep and necessary mission of preserving and conserving the wildlife and habitat of the state. Please vote for zero quota in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Judith, okay. The Madison representative herself. She had a handout for us. Judith.
I am here.
Okay.
Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I am here to defend our wolves and wildlife and to remind you of your purpose. We've already heard this once today, but it's worth repeating. Your purpose is to protect and enhance our natural resources, our air, land, and water, our wildlife, fish and forests, and ecosystems that sustain all life. Wildlife includes our wolves, my wolves. Our wolves belong to all Wisconsin citizens, not just special interest groups such as the Wisconsin Bear Hunters Association and Out-of-State Hunter Nation. How dare you sit there and ignore the 62% of Wisconsin citizens who do not want another slaughter like last February. 218 wolves killed in only 63 hours. Shoot them, let them lay, and don't report them is what they said. There are no rules for these people, and they certainly don't honor a quota as we have seen. Board members should be made to watch the horrendous videos of at least 6 wolves surrounding an exhausted wolf, tearing it apart by both ends while it tries to defend itself in vain. Have you seen the pictures of the bloody wolf corpses posed so disrespectfully with the good old boys smiling with their hounds? Have you watched the videos of these people posing for a photo, laughing while holding up their trophy, only to throw the dead wolf on the ground afterwards like a piece of trash? I am sickened by what happened last February, and I can't get these images out of my mind. I think of them every single day. The disgust of what went on in February haunts my dreams. 38 adult females and 53 younger females, of which the DNR said anywhere from 50 to 65% may have been pregnant, were killed. 60 to 100 packs will lose their ability to have any pups this year due to the loss of breeding females and the loss of adult males. Bear hunters training is going on right now. From July through September, hounds are running through our woods every day. Who's monitoring how many additional wolves and other wildlife are being killed during this time?
Judith, can you wrap it up, please? Your testimony?
Yes, I'm almost finished. No one with a conscience or soul should condone this. Wisconsin has become a disgrace across our country and the world. The NRB needs to listen to the people of Wisconsin, not those who are paying big money to kill our wildlife so that some can line their political pockets with blood money.
Thank you, Judith.
We demand a zero quota for November. Stop slaughtering our wolves.
Thank you, Judith. Mary Falk from Grantsburg, representing herself. Mary Falk. Mary Falk, are you on? Hearing no Mary Falk, one more time. Carolyn Forty, please, from Wausau, represent herself. Carolyn?
Good morning.
Carolyn, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm Carolyn Ford, and I'm representing myself and my family this morning. I want to thank you for the invitation to testify. I want to go on record as saying that I don't support the proposed harvest quota. I believe the number to be too high. My brief testimony echoes many of the other concerns you've already heard, but chiefly, I'm concerned about Wisconsin DNR staff and Wisconsin processes being short-circuited by outside interests. This resulted in a poorly conceived of and a poorly controlled hunt, which many scientists note had a much greater impact than intended and was detrimental to wolf management in Wisconsin. Therefore, it is important, please, to keep the fall quota very low. I'd like just to mention what the wolves mean to my family. So I grew up in Wausau. I'm living there with my mother now. She's 93. I'm keeping her safe in her home, but we own a home, my husband and I, in Rusk County, and we know that our woods is healthy if we have wolves. We delight in glimpsing them. We have fun tracking them and learning from them. The young children I work with as a librarian have an affinity for wolves, and our 20-year-old sons want wolves on the landscape. They want wolves on the landscape. And so I would respectfully ask for a robustly funded education and research initiative in Wisconsin and in the nation, along with habitat protection and vigorous law enforcement, to destigmatize the wolf, an initiative that allows wolves to flourish and provides future generations with knowledge and resources to coexist with wolves. That's what they want. I know this requires the DNR to have a new funding model. So in concluding, I'd like to say that I support all users of natural resources funding the DNR, individuals, whether they hunt or no, corporations, because we all use resources. And I think in order for you to undertake what I'm asking, a new funding model for the DNR is necessary. Lastly, I read children a book called The Lion Queens of India, and in it, it talks about women rangers in India that help protect Asiatic lions, and they help keep the forest healthy, they help protect the lions, and they
Carolyn,
educate neighbors.
you're gonna have to wrap it up, Carolyn. if you could, please.
Happily I am. And they're able to do that successfully in India with lions. I think we can do it here. Thank
All
you
right,
so much.
Thank you. Next is Sarah Andrews from Madison, represent herself. Sarah Andrews from Madison. Sarah
Can you hear me?
Andrews. Yep. The floor
As
is
a
yours,
wild-
Sarah.
Yep. As a
Yep.
wildlife foster and advocate for wildlife and lifelong Wisconsinite, I closely watched and grieved over what happened in February's hunt and no longer believe the DNR can manage the ethical application of trapping and hounding during a wolf hunt, nor ensure that any quota set will not be exceeded, partially due to the speed at which these hunts occur and the delay to zone and hunt closures caused by the 24-hour reporting period. There should be no second hunt since the fallout from the spring hunt is still being determined, no accurate population numbers exist, and that any quota set above zero demonstratively cannot be enforced. I'm in my 4th year of fostering orphaned wildlife and spend hundreds of hours per year helping orphaned raccoons survive and learn to thrive in the wild. I hike and kayak in Wisconsin's natural spaces. My relationship and direct experiences with wild animals have continued to grow, and the value they have inherently and to humans and to this Wisconsinite by simply being is immense. The interests of animal agriculture, deer hunters, and bear hounders do not take precedence over all else, especially to the well-being of species that have existed on this continent for millions of years before humans arrived and felt the need to manage them. It's time we end our state's politically motivated abuse of wolves. Meddling in our state organization by Hunter Nation and the Bear Hunters Association have had more influence on the wolf hunt here than the people of Wisconsin. I am also disgusted, but sadly not surprised by our government agencies' history of and current disregard for Wisconsin's Indigenous people and their remaining land. I have no confidence in the leadership of this board. Please prove me wrong.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Next is Mark LaBarbera from Hazel Green, representing Wisconsin Wildlife Federation. Mark. Mark LaBarbera. Hello, Mark.
Chair Preen, members of the board, Secretary Cole, members of the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation who have been working on wolf issues for years are asking, how did we as a state that loves wildlife and wild places as much as we love our outdoor heritage end up in this situation? Wisconsinites cherish our natural resources and expect that those resources will be professionally managed in a sustainable way so that we can pass along our outdoor heritage to future generations. But things have gotten out of whack. And we see farmers and ranchers lose cattle. We see hunters lose dogs and families lose pets. We see parents worried about the safety of their children. Our members, through their Federation's Wildlife Committee and Executive Committee representatives, are worried too. They are so concerned about how things have gotten out of whack that they have directed me as Executive Director to share this concern with you and to recommend action that would bring the wolf population closer to being in balance with everything else on the landscape. They have recommended that non-tribal hunters and trappers this fall be given a quota of a minimum of 300 wolves. This quota for state hunters and trappers does not include whatever additional wolf quota may be allowed for tribal members who have said previously that they will not harvest any wolves or help reduce the wolf population. The Wildlife Federation members and leaders who have been collaborating with all parties on this for years believe this quota for state hunters and trappers will help move things toward restoring a balance and creating a more sustainable future in Wisconsin's North Woods. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Marcy?
Similar question to what I had for Adrian. How did you come up with the number 300? Or why are you recommending that number specifically?
The committee looked at the numbers that showed the harvest quotas and the populations after the hunts in the early teens, 2013 timeframe, and see that the population was similar and the harvest similar would make sense.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mark. Eric Shabinik from Junction City, representing Hunters for Wolves. Eric, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm unmuting him. I can hear me now.
Yep, hear you now.
All right. Well, citizens of Wisconsin, great job testifying. Good afternoon, or I guess good morning still, Natural Resources Board, and also Frederick Predden. Well, I'm here with Hunters for Wolves. I've been hunting for 33 years with a gun in my hands out in the woods, 29 years as a deer hunter. I went on to UWSP, got a forestry degree, a lot of involvement with Wildlife Society, a lot of hiking, a lot of work with the tribes, understanding the niche and the role of the wolf in our ecosystem. I think when we're looking at chronic wasting disease, we're very concerned. I'm a subsistence hunter. I knock wild rice. I hunt deer. I take what I can only use. I think the lessons I've learned from my family growing up is to be wary of hunters that aren't very ethical, hunters that aren't looking for quick, clean kills. Luke Hilgeman, Ted Nugent, his wife with the Hunter Nation group out of Kansas came in on the 11th hour of a proposed state hunt that was just allowed by a federal delisting. I think it was a January 6th as kind of a parting gift, but I'm seeing attitudes of the citizens and the scientists reflect attitudes that are transitioning away from, eradication of wolves, ceasing them to exist, getting back down to that old 350 population number from 1999. We have 21 more years of data indicating, the need for wolves to harvest and be kind of our meat inspector out in the woods with chronic wasting disease. I want to also comment on things I heard earlier from the DNR. The Adams mortality curve that he has doesn't include any of our unborn pups in the 2021 wolf slaughter. We have over harvesting, of course, beyond the tribal quota that wasn't reached. We went 218 instead of the 216, when I think non-native hunters had about 109 wolves. Let's not whitewash February. That was a real bad thing. Let's not repeat that.
Eric, we need to wrap it up,
Hunters
please.
for Wolves is recommending a 0 quota, and any other quota that's established should go to the tribal permits first and have those filled before other hunters get a chance. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you. Pamela Sanir, Town of Vanderbroek, represent herself. Pamela. Is Pamela on? Pamela, one more time.
Go.
Hello. Pamela? Is there a Pamela on? All right, moving on to Gary Fest from Madison, representing Self. Gary? Gary Fest, or Feast, probably Feast. Gary Feast from Madison, are you on? Everything good, IT? Gary Feast, one more time. All right, moving on. Sarah Bergstrom from the Town of Eagle Point, representing herself. Sarah, are you on? The feeds. Sarah, are you on?
Hello.
Sarah?
On.
Hello?
Hear me?
No, you're breaking up, Sarah. Is this Sarah?
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah. You're breaking up, but we'll give it a try. The floor is yours.
I'm gonna turn my video off and
Try to turn your video off. We don't have a video feed. We'll give you one more chance, but we got to move on, Sarah. Sarah Bergstrom, one more time. Going to have to move on, folks. Francesca Moore Culver from Wanakee, represent herself. Francesca Moore Culver. Is it on our end by chance? We good? Okay, let's try one more. Deanna Miller. Is Deanna Miller on Zoom call, please? Deanna Miller. Somebody ask Christopher?
Yes, I am.
Deanna,
I'm here.
welcome, welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deanna Miller from Gillette.
Thank you. I am the Red Tail Talk Eagle Woman, and I have been asked to speak on behalf of our wolf relatives. We want to know why we are murdered without due process. We also want to remind you that we have always lived in harmony here long before your people arrived in those big boats. We are needed for a healthy ecosystem. CWD is taking its toll on the deer population and in counties where you have been killing me. Deer are a part of our diet, yet we are being unmercifully murdered. We ask, why is the life of your foreign domestic animals more valuable than ours? Your foreign domestic animals are just as responsible for the decimation of the environment as you two-legged beings. We create healthy ecosystems. Your foreign domestic animals destroy them, yet you kill me and upset the balance of our Earth Mother. Manage man. We don't need management, and we definitely oppose the killing of us. Waywanan, I am done.
Thank you, Deanna. Next is Jody Habish Sykin from Madison, representing herself.
I don't know why the hell.
Good morning. Just
Morning.
one correction. I live in Whitefish Bay, not Madison.
Okay.
But thank you for this opportunity to testify today. As a lifelong Wisconsin citizen and longtime environmental lawyer working with both state and national organizations, I wish to convey strong opposition to the proposed wolf kill quota of 130. What you may not see big picture wise, but should, is that any irresponsible, unfounded, or non-conservative quota on your part will only showcase further the fallibility of state management of wolves. Wisconsin has already demonstrated state wolf management failings in a manner so blatant, it's made national and international news. Wisconsin's 2.5-day rampage in February revealed not only a series of agency missteps and regulatory voids, but a brutal lack of fair chase and decency. This has left a shameful stain on Wisconsin stewardship this board must do all it can to remedy and not repeat. Today is an opportunity for the board to restore public confidence in the DNR's ability to manage our state's wolf population in accord with sound science and respect for the tribes. However, the proposed wolf quota of 130 reflects critical shortfalls in data and modeling, resulting in unacceptable levels of uncertainty that could place Wisconsin wolves in jeopardy once again. DNR has publicly committed to no further reduction of Wisconsin's wolf population until the state has completed an update of its existing 1999 wolf plan. The board should stand by this commitment and recognize that all Wisconsin citizens share an equal stake in our public trust wildlife. Times are changing, as is our environment, and wolves' intrinsic value and the vital role they play in containing the spread of CWD and preserving forest health can no longer be placed on equal footing with the recreational pastime of a tiny fringe demographic. In closing, common sense and restraint must prevail today to meet broader statewide priorities and values. I urge this board to recommend a de minimis wolf quota for the fall hunt. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Next, we have Amy Mueller from Delsman, representing herself. Hello,
Hi, good
Amy.
morning. Hi. Thank you. I understand that the wolf debate runs deep, as we've heard today, and it's a clash of values, and I'm not going to change anybody's value system in the next 2 minutes. But what I do hope to present is a true middle of the road, more conservative compromise for all parties. Would the members of this board be open to a compromise? A compromise would allow the DNR much needed time to pump the brakes, to understand what happened in February, to do proper data gathering on the population, and most importantly, revise the regulations so they can effectively manage to a hunt quota rather than the black eye that we all experienced in February. A compromise would also serve as a sign of respect to our Wisconsin tribes, as we heard today. A potential compromise would also benefit the hunting and trapping community in the long term. Essentially, the needed compromise here would reduce the wolf quota to a number that doesn't put the entire wolf population under the risk of federal protection again. So here's the math for the compromise. Let's start with the DNR's recommended quota of 130. And then let's subtract out the 99 wolves that were reported killed and poached over that quota in February. That leaves a legal quota of 31 wolves to be hunted this November. And it still provides hunters and trappers a high cumulative total of approximately 250 wolves in the same population monitoring year. Anything more would be excessive and further incentive for federal protection, likely discontinuing future Wisconsin wolf hunts. Look, it's like a checking account. And as a responsible adult, if you don't know the current balance, you wouldn't write out a big check. Same thing applies here. How can you approve a big quota when you don't know the current population? Given that question and the other uncertainties, I think a compromise and a more responsible, respectable quota of 31 wolves should be considered today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Amy. Next is Megan Nicholson from Madison Humane Society of the United States.
Megan Nicholson here speaking on behalf of the Humane Society. Sorry, I'm just going to jump right in because I only have 2 minutes. The Humane Society of the United States and our Wisconsin supporters. Given the lack of necessary data and likely devastating impact a second hunt this year could have on the wolf population, we urge you to approve a zero quota for the fall hunt. The DNR's memo explaining their recommendation uses the word uncertainty 10 times in discussing the effects of February's hunt. Due to this scientific uncertainty, the DNR repeatedly recommends being conservative, but a quota of 130 cannot be defined as conservative. 130 is a mere 35% less than February's quota, which hunters exceeded by 83%. The only responsible path forward is a zero quota. Again, we see Wisconsin come together to stand against the horrors of last February. Citizens continue to speak up against the atrocities, lawlessness, lack of ethics, brazen attitudes of those who exceeded a quota by sounding 83%, the incomprehensible sidestepping of treaty rights, the flippant attitude towards the voice of the majority, a majority that did not support recreational wolf hunting when the Act 169 passed and does not support it now. I'll rephrase that. A supermajority, nearly 70% of likely 2022 Wisconsin voters polled by Remington Research Group do not want another hunt in November. This year, we've seen thousands of comments submitted, hundreds of media hits, including articles printed overseas, and numerous peer-reviewed papers published. The appalling massacre of wolves united groups across the state, all outraged by what happened. Animal advocates, scientists, hunters, environmentalists, farmers, and tribal nations agree the long-term sustainability of our wolves is now in question. We remind this board that the decision made today will have a resounding impact on the state. This decision must be based on the best available science, and that science states the stability of our wolf packs could disintegrate should they be hunted again in November. We ask that you reject the excessive quota of 130 and set a quota of 0. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
Yes.
Sure. Question?
You submitted quite a lengthy publication and testimony. I have a request that if you could clarify for your members that Wisconsin is different because the legislature requires a hunt. I think it's in page 14, you imply that because the board is not publicly elected, that we should be. But I want to point out that the only reason we're doing this is because Wisconsin forces a hunt through the legislature.
And I agree, Marcy, it does. We do have that law, unfortunately, but that law does not state what the quota should be or that a quota should be this excessive. So I do appreciate that comment. And I think we're all very aware of the Act 169 and that we are held to a hunt, but that does not mean that we should have such a high excessive quota, especially seeing what happened.
But the point is, it's important for the public and your members to know the process.
They do know.
We have an elected legislature that could make
Yeah.
a difference than we do. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on. Colette Atkins from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Center
Yes,
for
I'm here. I did want to notice that Sarah Bergstrom, who was having technical problems before, has her hand raised. Do we want to give her a chance?
Right now, we're going to take you, Colette. We'll take under advisement.
Okay, sounds good. Well, my name is Colette Adkins. I'm the Carnivore Conservation Program Director at the Center for Biological Diversity. I have a Master's of Science in Wildlife Conservation. I'm a PhD candidate in conservation biology, and I have my law degree. And I offer these comments on behalf of the center's more than 20,000 members and supporters in Wisconsin. We oppose wolf hunting at any time of year, but opening a second annual wolf hunting this fall with such a high quota is reckless. And we ask that the Wisconsin DNR adopt a near zero quota. We agree with the DNR that there are so many scientific uncertainties that do necessitate a conservative approach. But what the DNR has proposed is not conservative. It is outrageous. The winter hunt took possibly as high as 30% of the wolf population. And now the DNR proposes to take another approximately 20% in the same year. That percentage would even probably be higher because we know that the DNR cannot prevent hunters from exceeding the quota. Scientists such as Dr. Adrian Trevis have done population modeling that show that wolf numbers could crash under the proposed quota. One big problem with the DNR's modeling is it assumed wolf population numbers that are likely quite a bit higher than reality, not adequately accounting for winter wolf mortality or poaching. I asked the DNR to stop being so deferential to the Natural Resources Board, especially after that winter hunt disaster. The state statute gives the DNR the power to set the quota. The DNR should not tolerate any efforts by the DNR to interfere and raise the quota. Please know that another mismanaged hunt will give additional weight to the arguments in the federal delisting case, showing that Wisconsin cannot be relied upon to manage its wolves. The court hearing on the national delisting case is November 12th. Less than 1 week after Wisconsin plans to open its fall hunt, please know that the lawyers will be telling the court what Wisconsin did. Please adopt.
Colette, you need to wrap it up, please.
I'm done.
Thank you. Wendy Kraloff from Mequon, representing herself. Wendy.
Okay, I'm here. Wendy Crayley. Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you fine, Wendy.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Before we lost power last night, I was going to be driving up north to our cottage that has been in the family for 4 generations in Oneida County. Since February of this year, every time I travel to our place in the North Woods, I feel very sad knowing that many of our wolves that live on our land were killed or will soon be killed. I am ashamed to be a Wisconsin resident. I never realized that our Department of Natural Resources does not really care for our natural resources. My whole family used to proudly drive our cars with our license plate showing a picture of our precious symbol of nature, a wolf, stating on the plate, endangered resources. Why isn't the DNR protecting this endangered resource? I am begging you to please end the extermination of our wolves. I want to stop being sad and angry and embarrassed by what our state has allowed to happen. Please have a 0 quota for this fall's hunt. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Chattel from Nissoa, representing Wisconsin Bear Hunters Association. Carl, you on? Carl Chattel? Going once.
To unmute.
Is Christopher talking to us? What's he asking?
Just waiting for him to unmute.
Carl, can you unmute your microphone, please? We're gonna have to move on.
I'm trying. There you go. Can you hear me?
All right. You just made it, Carl. Floor is yours, 2 minutes.
I'm Carl Chattel, represent Wisconsin Bear Hunters Association. We'd like to go on the record as supporting a harvest quota of 420 wolves. We understand a major portion of the harvest quotas will be assigned to the tribes and a portion will not actually be harvested. Thus, the actual number of wolves taken during a harvest season would be closer to 210 to 315. Our current wolf population is conservatively estimated at 1,034 wolves. This does not consider lone wolves, which is about 15% of how many wolves are in the state, or wolves living outside what is considered wolf habitat, which is another 10. So we kind of estimate that the wolf population is closer to 1,400. There is disagreement about that, but those are the facts. These populations that are not in that 1,034 do exist, and we can't enter a 0 number there. I want to state we are very pro-management. We support the DNR in managing wolves. They need to be managed. And I also would like to say is we like to deal with facts. I'm hearing a lot of testimony about facts and numbers, and none of this stuff has been shared. None of it has been verified. None of it has been peer reviewed. And you throw this stuff out there and it really sways the opinion of this NRB board without really having that data in front of us to review first if it's facts or not. One thing we do know about facts is what the DNR provides for us. And what we disagree with is the over number of wolves that we have in the state. So we believe there's 1,400 wolves, and we know that you can harvest 15 to 20% of any wolf population like it's done in any other state that has a hunting season in the United States, and it can sustain its population. So, I mean, it's really about harvesting and managing. We're not saying that there's going to be 0 wolves in the state. We need to manage these animals, and we should make sure that we take more consideration of people that live with the wolves. And it seems like there's not a lot of balance.
Carl, you're going to need to wrap it up real quickly, please.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
Thank
it.
you. Thank you. What's the will of the board? We're on number 42. We have 55 speakers. We can break for lunch, come back, pick up the speakers, and go into the debate for the topic. It's 12 noon. Or do you want to finish the public speakers and then take a break for lunch? What's the what we like?
Finish the public
Public speakers? Okay, carry on. Lucas Withrow.
Lucas is not on the call.
Okay, Lucas.
What do you mean I'm not on the call? Hello?
Oh, you are.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you,
I'm
Lucas.
on the call. I'm ready
Okay,
to
the
go.
floor is yours, Lucas.
Thank you, committee, for the opportunity to speak today. Wolves have been allowed to expand their range and population in Wisconsin, far exceeding all measurable thresholds set forth by both federal and state governments here in Wisconsin. Because wolves are populated far beyond their targeted population, the dynamics of living with wolves is always changing, unfortunately gaining negativity due to the depredation and harassment of domestic livestock, human safety, and pets. We must reduce or hold the wolf population in order to slow its population progression in years to come. Based on current population and data compiled to show the harvest percentages that would contribute to a small decline or no change in population after harvest, I would like to recommend a harvest goal of 420 to 500 wolves. This will achieve a more positive acceptance of wolves in Wisconsin for some and provide good faith towards the goals set forth for wolves in Wisconsin. As we work to write and adopt a new and revised wolf plan, we have a responsibility to work towards a holding pattern on the population. The recommendation I have requested is doing that. We have a responsibility to wolves themselves to ensure tolerance of wolves does not decline any further, and we can achieve that by lowering or slowing the progression of the population. I'd like to take an opportunity to remind you that some of the people whom testified today are the same people actively and openly advocating for blanket wolf protections across the United States. Unfortunately, they do not understand that heavily advocating for blanket populations is increasingly adding to the frustration with wolves themselves and their negative impacts. They also continue to spew false and inaccurate statements about how wolves are hunted and harvested while ignoring the need to control wolf populations through recreational but necessary hunting and trapping. Wolves are not an endangered species in the state of Wisconsin and must be managed. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lucas. Micaiah Opal from Baraboo, Great Lakes Wildlife Alliance. Micaiah? Hi.
Good afternoon.
Floor is yours, Micaiah.
Thanks for allowing me. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Micaiah Opal, and I'm speaking today as a representative of the Great Lakes Wildlife Association and its supporters. Some may not be aware that this is the first time the public has been allowed to comment on the February wolf hunt to this board since it was forced to take place by an out-of-state special interest group. In fact, even the use of the word wolf has been prohibited from any public testimony presented to this board in the past 6 months. So today is our first opportunity that the public's had to just address the failures of the February hunt, including going 83% over quota and the DNR's inability to assess the impact of the 218 wolves known to have been taken during their breeding season, as well as their potential offspring and others taken illegally or who died as a result of the loss of their pack mates. The green sheet presented by the Wisconsin DNR a couple weeks ago points out the lack of data, and I quote, "Hunting during the breeding season leads to uncertainty in terms of the impacts to reproduction and overall population response." While the impact to the population is unknown, we do know that should the egregious practices such as hounding, large groups of unlicensed participants, use of motor vehicles, night hunting, snaring, baiting, and calling be once again allowed, we are certain to witness another overquota, as well as a repeated increase in poaching and unnecessary cruelty. Unfortunately, instead of addressing these issues and making the changes necessary to remedy them, today this board is being asked to decide how many more wolves will be killed in another hunt less than 3 short months from now. As members of the Natural Resources Board, should you choose to approve a quota of 130 or more wolves to be killed, it will be without scientifically defensible data, nor the support of the majority of Wisconsin citizens, and the resulting losses of November will only add to the damage done in February.
I'm going to wrap things up,
Approving
please.
any quota over zero, yes, sir.
Okay.
Approving any quota over zero will give reason to believe that state managers cannot be trusted to fulfill their role as responsible stewards of wolves, and that the majority of the public who want wolves protected are being willfully ignored. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Stephanie Farrak from Fish Creek, representing herself. Stephanie. Hello, you have You have 2 minutes.
Yes.
You're kind of breaking up, Steph. You look like you're in an airplane or something. Nope, that's unstable. I'm sorry, Stephanie, you're unstable internet connection. Thank you.
Thank you so much for letting me speak today. As a very concerned citizen, I'm asking that there's no fall hunt. What happened? I know huge groups in there headed out with many wolves as when necessary. Automobiles, large packs of hounds, chasing them down. It's basically glorified dog fighting. I mean, this is going back to the 1800s. It's barbaric. We don't need to do this anymore. We know we have science. We know the importance of predators on our landscape. We don't need to, cleanse the landscape of predators. I know hunters who are embarrassed about what happened out there, and they don't even want to be associated as a hunter. I have no problem with hunters. The animals, they respect what they hunt, and they do it ethically. My boyfriend, he's a deer hunter. He says when he hunts up in the wolf country, he notices he gets healthier, bigger trophy deer because the deer, they killed the sick, weak, diseased. Chronic waste disease is an issue. He loves the wolves. He said, these are great. We need them in our ecosystem. I have a very stressful job. I work very hard, pay my time. I want to be up there. I want to enjoy the wild lands for what they are. I see a wolf track and, on the trail, I get excited. They're cool animals. And I can't tell you how many times I've had hounds interrupt my time up there. They almost knocked me over one time. And that's not okay because the hounds have taken over our public lands. They're harassing our wildlife. They just run rampant. And I don't think we need to be doing this anymore. I want to go up there. I'm going to enjoy the forest for what it is. So I'm just asking that you see my point and, majority of other people in the state, and you really, manage how the species, how they need to be managed. And, maybe, and that's.
Okay, I think we got the gist of it, Stephanie. Thank you. The transmission was hit and miss, but I think we understood the gist of the testimony. Thank you. Susan Roberts from Kenosha, representing herself. Susan Roberts.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
I'm sorry, I'm actually testifying for my car because I'm out of power. So
okay.
Bear with me. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name again is Susan Roberts. I'm actually a scientist and a dog trainer. Please raise your hand on how many of you on the board have actually had a dog at one point as a family pet? Well, wolves and dogs share 99.8% of the same DNA. How would you feel if your dog was enjoying his own yard at home? Suddenly, your ethical neighbor sent his 6 vicious dogs to savagely rip apart your poor dog's flesh as he yelped in pain, running, trying to escape for his life, and your children ran out and screamed in horror. Your neighbor got his gun and then sent 6 more of his ferocious dogs after your dog. Your heart sank, knowing that this nightmare meant you'd probably never see your dog alive and well again. Your neighbor then started shooting him multiple times while calling his hunting buddies over, and they all laughed while propping your pup up in a disrespectful manner to take photos of him to post online to encourage even more of this awful behavior. Imagine if no laws protected your dog or you. The state and lawmakers wouldn't do anything. How can the NRB not see that this is crazy? Don't wolves belong to all of us? Yes, they do. So then establish laws to protect these animals and allow us all to enjoy them. Let me utilize my science career to speak to the obvious. There is no biological or social imperative for another killing season on wolves. Wisconsin is the only state to allow dogs to be used for the hunting of wolves. This is only happening because unethical hunters want to legally torture and kill wolves, and the NRB's moral and political failures are promoting and legitimizing it. The brutal killing of 218 wolves this spring of a species with now less than 1,000 animals in the wild in the state of Wisconsin that the majority of us admire and would love to see is so unethical.
Susan, you have to wrap it up, please, quickly.
Sure. The way that these animals are managed, or more appropriately termed slaughtered, the brutal trapping, baiting, hounding, or dogfighting, abuse prior to killing is inhumane. Why is the NRB encouraging this acceptance of this type of irreverence and promoting animal abuse? Why is a hunter allowed to do anything more than shoot a bullet into a
Thank you, Susan. The next speaker is Pat Clark from Beaver Dam.
With a 0 quota. Thank you.
Next speaker is Pat Clark from Beaver Dam.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Clark. I'm a fifth generation member of Wisconsin's oldest hunting club, the Lewiston Outing Club, which began in the 1880s. In the past, we generally didn't get involved in NRB issues, as many past board members hunted on club lands or sought membership. We found this wolf issue to be so disturbing that we needed to comment. A wolf pack returned to our club lands in 2003. In short, this pack single-handedly fixed many recurring issues. Controlling the ballooning deer population while strengthening the remaining deer herds is the most obvious. Perhaps more significant is the reemergence of rare and endangered plants like orchids, resulting from lower herbivore presence. The science is clear that wolves bring the needed balance to ecosystems. We certainly see this at the Lewiston Outing Club. Unfortunately, last February, this pack was slaughtered by killers using dogs in southwest Marquette County. Our members and the vast majority of hunters are appalled by this savagery, and our club has been robbed of this incredible experience. This kind of killing with the use of dogs is no different than dog fighting. We can do better here in Wisconsin. Though self-evident, it must be repeated. The Department of Natural Resources is destroying our sporting heritage. The Natural Resources Board ought to be working with our elected leaders to oust these hounders and their wolf hunts from policy. A majority of Wisconsinites oppose wolf hunts. By continuing, the opinions of millions of our citizens are ignored, devoid from the public trust doctrine. We cannot allow a handful of extremist groups to decide this issue. We must follow the ecological studies on wolves and the majority of our citizens. In a larger sense, the Department of Natural Resources seems to be stuck in the past. More people no longer purchase fishing and hunting licenses than those who do. Maybe we should all consider not buying until the department changes their ways. On behalf of the hunters who value tradition and respect for nature, pass a zero quota on wolves this autumn. You're working for the citizens and taxpayers of this state, not the dog fighting hounders, bear hunters, and other radicals and racists. This NRB board is starting a war that you will not win.
Pat, wrap it up, please. Thank you. Mike Bruce from Wausau representing himself. Mike Bruce from Wausau.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Mike. No video.
Yeah, the video is not working. In any case, it's strange to hear people blaming the DNR for overkilling the wolves when in fact I'd like to almost blame them for what we're experiencing right now. Frankly, the DNR has not squelched, and in fact, I've heard it all morning, this idea that we grossly over-harvested the wolf population in February. The fact is, the DNR issued a quota of 200 wolves. You, the board, approved a quota of 200 wolves. We harvested 218 wolves. That's a 9% variance. That's generally considered very acceptable. What's happened since, and it's talked about it being on national, international news, that we over-harvested wolves by 99 wolves. That's not correct. But has the department corrected any of this? We had an announcement on our local TV station 2 nights ago that we grossly over-harvested the wolf population. I called the station. They said they got that information from the DNR. When are we going to have the department support their own numbers? I'm a little disappointed in what's happened. As far as the quota and the concerns over the fact that it's going to be grossly exceeded, many changes were made in setting the quota for this fall. First of all, hounds aren't allowed until after the deer hunting season, so there won't even be any hound hunting of wolves for the first month. Secondly, the number of permits per the quota has been greatly reduced so that the season will stretch out much longer. So there's very little chance of being an overharvest in this fall. The idea that this is the second hunt this year, that's by calendar year. By biological year, the hunt in February was last year's wolf harvest. This year, biologically, will be a whole different population harvest. So it's
Mike,
not.
Mike, you're gonna need to wrap it up, please. Mike, can you wrap up your testimony, please? I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mike. Dan Sherwicki, Waukesha Safari Club International Wisconsin Chapter.
Dan is not on the Zoom call.
He is not on the Zoom call? All right,
That's
Chris
correct.
Albert from Dan?
Yes, sir. I'm
you-
from, I'm the Great Lakes representative from National Wolf Watcher Coalition.
Wait. Who are you? Chris Albert.
Chris Albert.
Okay, Chris, floor is yours. Thank you.
I am a biologist, a veterinarian, and a livestock owner. I understand the importance of large predators in our world, even when it's hard. Wolves may be hard, but they're still important. I respectfully suggest that the wolves of Wisconsin don't just belong to the people of Wisconsin, but to all Americans, because all of us contributed to bringing them back from extinction. The wolves of Wisconsin are the likely seed stock that will repopulate my home in Kentucky. And yes, despite the difficulties, we want them back. A judge ordered the February hunt, so you had to comply. But it was not a good thing. Honorable hunting does not occur during an animal's late pregnancy. We all know that the legal take was blown past and that the illegal take was likely far higher. From a biological perspective, we have no idea how many wolves are on the landscape now. In Wisconsin's hunt, one guy with a license can bring 6 buddies and 6 dogs, rotated out when they get tired, to hunt down one wolf. That's not fair chase. That's just slaughter. I hope you can fix that. The wolf hunters of Wisconsin are brazenly proud when they blow past the quota, and they employ every means to do that. They will continue to do that unless there's a penalty. I suggest the penalty, but that the overtake from any given hunt be applied to the next hunt. You have determined this year's fall quota to be 130. The tribes get some of that. I suggest that 82, or whatever number was the overage from last hunt, be removed, as they were already killed this spring. In Kentucky and around the world, we are seeing Wisconsin's DNR preside over an out-of-control wolf hunt on a recovering species. I hope you can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Justin Larecki from NINA, representing himself.
Good afternoon, Secretary Cole, Chairman Preen, and members of the Natural Resources Board. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. My name is Justin Larecki from NINA. While I belong to a lot of associations, I just want to make sure that my comments today are not a reflection of any organization or association. Today, I wanted to hit on 3 points. Number one, the population estimate is only for parts of the state that is surveyed. A third of the state has never been surveyed. And even worse, about 15% of survey blocks have been removed over time due to the inability to detect wolves. Yet hunters, trappers have not only found but harvested wolves in some of these survey blocks in less than a week's time. 17 of the 18 wolves that exceeded your quota of 200 wolves came from zone 6, and actually over 20% of the total harvest came from this zone, a zone where wolves have a low tolerance and are not well counted. You can't subtract from your actual population model, as they have never been included in that model to date. My second point is low quotas tend to drive the opposite of what we want to have happen. We drive wolves into marginal habitat where conflict arises. We have over 150 wolves, or we harvested over 150 wolves the last time we ran with a conservative harvest, and we pressured zone 6 by harvesting 129% of the midwinter count. Yet the number of packs increased more than 50% the next year. Since science says 20% will give us a stable population, we can divide the harvest of 36 wolves by 20% to get a more accurate population estimate for zone 6. 180 wolves stands in stark contrast to the 56 we've identified. Assuming no population growth since 2015, which is a big assumption, we'd need to harvest 72 wolves in this zone alone to get us on right track. And then lastly, all this talk about female wolves. We know that it's unlikely that all were carrying young. Only alpha animals successfully rear young. Maybe 1 in 3 were alphas. But even if we assume that all that were killed were part of this alpha group, females that were not alphas would have been allowed to raise their young. It's not like non-alpha females are celibate. They get pregnant too. And for the reasons above, I'd encourage you to increase the quota for the statewide license holders to the range of 250 to 300. I appreciate the time today.
Thank you, Justin. Mike Rizich from Ely, Minnesota, testifying. Mike Rizich.
I'm here.
Okay, Mike, you have 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Come on. Thanks for allowing me to speak. Mike Ruza, Chair. I live just outside Healy, Minnesota, on the edge of the BWCA in a small cabin in the woods. I've had a lifelong interest in wolves and retired to an area that was still wild enough to have wolves. I do hunt deer and have been successful 3 of the past 4 years in areas where deer densities are nowhere near that of Wisconsin. If I don't get a deer, I don't blame wolves. This year, neither Minnesota nor Michigan will have wolf hunts, and I can't help but think what happened in Wisconsin this past February played a role in the decisions made by those 2 states. Wolves are not killing all the deer. We continually hear 1,000 wolf pups are born in Wisconsin every spring, yet those who cite these numbers fail to indicate, and here I'm conservatively using Wisconsin DNR data, that at least 170,000 deer fawns are born in the northern forest area of Wisconsin alone. Added to the DNR 2019 post-hunt deer population of estimate of 323,000 deer, this continues the degradation of the forest diversity as confirmed and published by Bradshaw and Waller in 2016, Regional Patterns of Forest Tree Recruitment. The commodification of deer with the maintenance of that sweet spot on the sigmoid growth curve has raised hunter expectations. So if they fail, it's the wolves' fault rather than change hunting locations, habits, etc. Wolves will prey upon deer most susceptible of predation. Yet this ultimately manifests itself with indignation that deer hunters were somehow cheated by wolves and help lead to what occurred this past February. To conclude, outdoor columnist of the Star Tribune, Dennis Anderson, who was no fan of wolves, summarized Wisconsin's houndsman, quote, "The number of dogs sent into pursuit of a wolf in Wisconsin is limited to 6, but there is no limits to the number of hunters or backup teams of dogs that can be used to aid a licensed hunter. Additionally, instead of 1 or 2 hunters hoping to get a shot at that wolf, for example, is pushed into an open field and 6, 8, or even 10 or more rifle-toting friends
Mike,
help that
Mike,
license."
Mike, thank you for your testimony. You've exceeded the allotment. Appreciate you calling in. You want to wrap up? 1 sentence? You're good. Okay, Luke Hildeman, Marshfield, representing Hunter Nation as president and CEO. Luke Hildeman.
Thank you. My name is Luke Hildeman, and I'm the president and CEO of Hunter Nation, a grassroots organization that represents the united voice of the American hunter. Today, we're here to voice our strong support for increasing the recommended quota for the upcoming wolf harvest season to at least 420 animals. I want to cover several facts with the board first about why we're at that number, but before I get there, I want to bring up a more troubling issue. One of the biggest concerns Hunter Nation has with the conversation today is the unprecedented move by the DNR to potentially change the board's approved quota as discussed in the agency's green sheet. Quote, "The department will be taking further administrative action to determine the number of licenses to be issued." And quote, "The department will be taking further administrative action to assess whether the quota approved by the board should be adjusted." We view any attempt by the department to change the license or quota numbers without the express consent of the Natural Resources Board as a potential infringement of the board's authority. If the Evers administration and the DNR were to take this unprecedented step, you can be assured that Hunter Nation will once again file legal action to stop this power grab immediately. Despite efforts from many people who have testified today, representing national anti-hunting organizations, the quota from the 2021 spring season was 200 animals. 27,000 hunters applied for the right to hunt a Wisconsin wolf. 4,000 hunters were granted a tag. 216 wolves were killed. It is a 9% increase over the quota, not an 80% increase as those who've testified today and their friends in the media and the very department that we're here talking about today has seemed to want to perpetuate. Why is this? Why are these numbers continuing to be conveyed? It can all be tracked back to money. The national anti-hunting groups opposing this hunt raise hundreds of millions of dollars every year, ginning up their members against any form of hunting, and their top performing
Luke, you're gonna need to wrap it up, please. You're over your allotment.
So I want to just say again, we're at 420 wolves. Hunters have been responsible managers of this population. We think it will restore balance, and we hope that the board will take this action today.
Question from Marcy.
Yeah, I have a question on the process. So obviously the lawsuit and the court order drove us in February. But now we have to deal with the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Department of Interior, with the idea that they could be relisted. So if we continue this back and forth of lawsuits, how does that get us to a long-term stability for your members, the hunters, our residents? How do we balance all of that in your mind for the long term?
I think that could have been avoided had the department moved forward with the statutorily required wolf hunt as it's required by state law. You cannot just decide, the Evers administration can't decide to ignore state law and hope not to be sued by the citizens who are given those rights.
But the same could be said. I mean, we're now dealing with the federal, state, and this board and elected officials all over the place. So the same could be said for why the previous president waited until the fourth year to unlist it and give us the opportunity to get a management plan in place and get the process in place to be able to
Let's
answer.
move for Bill.
This is not an opportunity for dialogue. It's just, we're taking information. This is, I'm sorry.
Careful.
Whoa. This is an opportunity for dialogue. She can ask questions. Let her ask a question.
Okay, if you're gonna ask a question, ask a question.
I did. I asked him how he sees the long-term solution to this, given the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Department of Interior.
Fish and Wildlife Service, Marcy, has been involved from the get-go. Been involved for 6, 7, 8 years. It's no surprise that they are on our shoulder watching over Wisconsin's hunt back in 2012, 13, 14, 15. And then when it got listed, and then when it was delisted, they're constantly on the radar screen. They're very keen interest in what happens in Wisconsin.
Exactly.
Right.
And so with that, now the Department of Interior could relist the wolf and we're back to the
Well,
same
I think
place.
that's always a possibility. I mean, you can't live your life thinking you might get sued by somebody or some judge in Washington, D.C. putting it back on the list. That's just a possibility that is always present. We have to manage the pack according to the way that this board wants to manage and the scientists in the department. So if you have a question you want to answer, otherwise we're going to move on. Luke, are you good?
I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Next one's Kristen Schrank from Milwaukee, representing herself.
Hi,
Hi, Kristen. You have the floor is yours. 2 minutes.
thank you for the opportunity to speak. I respectfully request that you set a quota of 0 for the November wolf hunt. Given the grave results of the February wolf hunt, it is clear that rules will be broken and quotas will be disregarded. Wisconsin's wolf population has already suffered a substantial blow this year as a result of the over-harvesting that took place. As an integral species in the maintenance of healthy ecosystems, we need to protect these animals. I fear that Wisconsin's wolves, a species that was nearly decimated by bounties in the 19th and 20th centuries and has very, very slowly been recovering under the protections provided by the Endangered Species Act, cannot sustain another harvest that involves the killing of even any individual wolf. I think what we saw in February is that the only way to assure that quotas won't be exceeded is to set a 0 quota. So that's what I'm asking you to do. Please take my thoughts into consideration and set that 0 quota. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one's Adrian Traves from Madison, representing herself.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep. Adrian, the floor is yours. 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thanks for pausing your lunch, DNR and NRB staff, and hearing my comments. You have a report in front of you from me estimating the status of the wolf population in our state if the recommended quota is pursued. I used only the peer-reviewed evidence and the official statistics from the DNR to make scenarios based on 2 peer-reviewed studies that are not mentioned in the green sheet that you've been given by the DNR. And my predictions are dire. in 10 out of 18 of the scenarios, the wolf population will go below the state population goal of 350. And in 4 out of those scenarios, it'll go below the state listing level of 250 wolves. These are not doom and gloom extreme scenarios either. I took what's truly conservative, using only peer-reviewed literature to make those forecasts. I hope you'll give them proper consideration in your very important deliberation. I'm going to keep it brief so that you can ask any questions if you have them. So just one more comment. There's been a lot of throwing around opinions and calling them facts. I just want to explain what the peer review process in science means. It means that independent experts chosen by a third party, that is the journals, choose the independent experts. They judge the quality of science based on its methods, not its outcomes, not its results, not how they like the findings. Peer review is so essential, and that independent expertise is so critical that I urge you not to use opinions, and I urge the DNR to subject its data and methods to peer review. Thank you. I'd love to take questions.
Thank you, Adrian. Kaz?
So, Adrian, when you plug the model, the harvest or human mortalities from the 2013, 14, and 15 season, what does this peer-reviewed model tell us?
Can I get a clarifying? Are you talking about the Adams model?
No, the model you're describing right here in front of us that predicts dire straits.
Oh, the model we put in front of you yesterday relates simply to 2021 and uses mortality data going back to 2019 as the earliest date, because that's the most solid basis for predicting this future year.
I get that, but during 2013, 2014, 2015, we killed almost 800 wolves, and the population actually increased during that time period. So I'm wondering how that same data plugged into the model that you're testifying here today is predicting dire straits. How does it play out when you put that data into your model?
Kaz, thanks for the question. I'll get back to you with those numbers as soon as I have time to crunch them. Given the urgency of today's decision, I just used this year and the recommended quota to forecast.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Last testifying is Tony Blatter from the Wisconsin Conservation Congress as chair. Tony, welcome.
Thank you. Chair Prane, Secretary Cole, members of the board. Obviously, you've had the opportunity to listen to testimony from over 50 people so far today. You've heard every possible discussion point. I'm just going to make a simple statement on behalf of the Conservation Congress and the citizens that we represent. NRB item 4H, fall 2021 wolf harvest quota. The Wisconsin Conservation Congress Wolf Committee met on August 2nd to discuss the quota number of 130 wolves proposed by the DNR. The Wolf Committee discussed at length the population as well as department's recommendation. The consensus of the committee was that the proposed quota of 130 wolves was far too low of a harvest number and would not keep the growing wolf population at an appropriate level. In addition, they recognize that the Chippewa tribes are entitled to declare up to half of the quota within the ceded territory. Historically, the tribes have declared their portion of the quota, but have not utilized those tags. Approving the quota of 130 wolves would not leave non-tribal hunters and trappers of the state with the ability to harvest only about 65 wolves this fall season. We respect the rights of the Chippewa tribes as sovereign nations to declare a portion of the available resources, and we respect their position not to harvest wolves. However, it is also the right of the Wisconsin hunters and trappers to legally harvest wolves to help manage the growing population. The state of Wisconsin has no ability to influence whether the Ojibwa declare or use wolf harvest tags. Therefore, the Wisconsin Conservation Congress focused our recommendation on what is available to non-tribal members. We respectfully request that the quota available to non-tribal hunters and trappers be set at 300 wolves. The WCC feels that there are 300 wolves available to harvest by non-tribal members using all current legal means, and that will provide an opportunity for harvest and still maintain the long-term sustainability of the wolf population. Thank you for your consideration. I'd answer any questions.
Any questions for Tony? Thank you, Tony, for your testimony. So let's just recap real quick before we break for lunch. This board has received over 1,000 written testimonies. We've received live testimony from 55 individuals today. We have received the department's recommendation for a quota with the justification for such recommendation. And now it ends up with us to set the quota. We're going to break for lunch, come back at 1:05, and we'll begin deliberation to set the quota for the 2021 fall hunt. This means recess until 1:05. Call the Natural Resource Board meeting back to order, please. In front of us is the wolf quota item on the agenda, which is H. Is there a motion for the floor to get debate started? From anybody?
Well, I'll move the non-reservation quota of 504.
Do you want to work off of department's recommendation motion and amend it, or do you want to just start with that?
Well, we can amend it, or we could start with that. I'd probably rather work off the green sheet that's there.
Okay, let's do that. Then withdraw your motion if you would. And let's get a motion to put the department recommendation on the floor. Is there a motion for that? Is there a second for
I'll
that?
second it.
Second.
Discussion.
It's up for debate and or amendment at the present time.
Are we going to be able to call staff back?
Whatever you want to do, you bet.
I'd like to talk to Keith.
Keith, can you come on up?
Keith and Randy.
I actually couldn't hear. I'm not sure if the sound's not on.
Yeah.
I don't know. Where we at, guys?
That one's working. Okay.
All right.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
There we go. Gone. Okay. Marcy, you have a question for Keith.
Oh, multiple. So in your second power slide on the PowerPoint, do we have an idea of the number of licenses applied for at this point from the, let's see, when did those become available? April?
Was it August 1st? August 1st? Deadline of August 1st.
Deadline of August 1st.
My bad.
So, right. They kind of open early, right?
Yep. Yep.
Do we have an idea of how many we
27,000 applications as of today. 10,000 of those are for preference points only.
Okay. So I do.
Just wait a
do
second.
have-
Marcy, you done with Keith?
Still going. Okay.
Oh, thank
That's
you.
all right.
In slide 5, the emergency rule in September, that still has a public hearing accompanying it, correct? Prior to it coming to the board?
I don't know the exact place we are at with that. I can certainly ask.
Yeah, if you can just get back to us. I
Okay,
assume there's a
I can
public
find out.
hearing prior to it coming to the board again,
The,
the emergency rule?
okay, I'll find out for you.
Okay. And then on slide 7 with the zones, you indicated that the licenses would be, or the quota would be equitably distributed throughout the zones. In previous discussions, there has been an interest in trying to target where the depredation and the agriculture or livestock impacts are.
Correct.
Is there a reason we wouldn't do that this time?
Well, we did discuss this with tribes and others to have input on where they wanted the quota to be distributed. And it was decided that equitably was the better way to go. We also know in previous seasons that targeting that harvest to where the depredation is occurring doesn't impact future depredation claims. Because it did not appear to, because those depredations are very localized. And so getting USDA trappers in there to handle those packs has the greatest impact on depredation.
But it also, if there's depredation, the landowner agrees to open it to hunting, correct?
I don't know the very details of that. I can get back to you on it. I mean, Brad's here if you want him to come up. Brad is here. Yeah.
Brad.
Yeah. Brad Cooley.
We don't know either. It just seemed like, I thought that's what I understood.
That could be the truth, yeah.
Okay. Brett, want to announce
Yeah.
yourself, please?
Yeah, my name is Brad Cool. I'm the wildlife damage specialist for the Department of Natural Resources. So Marcy, you are correct. Yeah, anyone that has damage abatement assistance or compensation through the wolf program opens their property to the public for hunting, for wolf hunting during the harvest season. So you are correct.
Okay. So I guess that would be my my point is why are we doing them equitably if we can target and then give hunters a space to hunt?
Isn't that what the emergency rule is all about in September, Keith, that you're trying to bring back to the board quickly before the hunt? What are the guts of the emergency rule that we're proposing, the department's proposing?
There's a couple of points in the emergency rule. One is to just align our rules with state statute. One is to reduce the reporting period for wolf harvest. One is to eliminate night hunting to make hunting hours consistent for wolves and other species. And then there are some longer term that would not be in effect in fall of looking into things like zone specific tags and other tools that we might have.
Okay. Kaz and Terry.
Okay. Just have a couple. So Keith, what population objective was this quota designed to attain?
No change to the population.
No change.
Best odds of no change.
Okay. So does the department truly have the authority to recommend quotas that are contrary to the management plan that it currently exists?
For me, that's a legal question. I don't know about our authority to do that.
Does legal want to address that question?
Good afternoon, Cheryl Heilman, legal counsel to the board and the department. I think that our position would be that the quota that is proposed is consistent with the management plan.
Well, let's address the monkey in the room. Is the department with the 130 quota they're suggesting, take into account the 350 management plan population? I was told the answer was no. Is there a different answer today?
My response would be that the department considered the management plan that was originally adopted in 1999 and that was amended in 2006 and 2007. And it's my understanding that when the department reads that management plan, our position would be that the 350 is not a goal that is established for purposes of public harvest. And in fact, that in 1999 and in 2006, 2007, there wasn't a discussion with respect to public harvest, other than the 350 was a goal that was a minimum that was set that would allow consideration of a public hunt and would allow consideration of other depredation activities. And, now we're veering a little bit, off the legal, but that would be my understanding.
Terry.
I have about 7 questions for you, Keith, some of which you already hit on, but I think we need to have it on public record. Number one, who dictates whether dogs can be used?
State statute does.
Who dictates the hours of the hunt, and what are the hours of the hunt?
Currently those hours would be spelled out in administrative code if we put hours on wolf hunting. And I believe there are hours regulating the use of dogs.
Okay, so right now, what are our administrative rules for the hours of hunt?
Oh, I don't know the exact details on that.
Is there somebody in the room that can tell us that? Because obviously a lot of the public testimony we had was very critical of the hours. So is there somebody in the room that can say when?
Eric, somebody, wardens, anybody can answer that question? Approximately.
Randy can.
Approximately when the.
Is this Randy's first meeting in front of us?
This is Randy.
All right.
Hello. Randy Johnson, large carnivore specialist for the department. The answer is in February, night hunting was allowed, but the use of dogs was restricted to.
Could you speak up in the mic, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Did you catch any of it?
No.
Yes, a little bit. February.
The February season, hunting of wolves was allowed at night in addition to day. The use of dogs was restricted to daylight hours.
Oh, okay. So during this last hunt, dogs could not be used during night.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Or
Thank you.
any time for that matter then, right?
No, they could use dogs.
Yeah.
No,
you-
at night though. There's no
You-
time during the season that you can hunt with dogs at night.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can we incorporate a quicker closing process?
That's statute. Once we decide to close a zone or announce it, 24 hours.
Okay, so even if we, in the emergency rule, we couldn't do that either, right? So
That's
that-
correct.
That'd be the legislature's got to take care of that for us.
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
Of the tags that were issued in February, any idea what percentage or amount were non-residents?
Not off the top of my head. I'll bet Randy knows.
I don't have a specific number, but it was very few.
Very few?
Yeah.
Okay.
Less than 100, I would say.
Okay. The depredation of hounds, they get $2,500 for that. Does the department decide that?
I'll call on Brad Cooley to answer that.
That's an administrative code and it's up to $2,500. So if they claim 500, we'd reimburse them $500. If they claim 15,000, we'd reimburse them 2,500. So it's up to that $2,500 compensation limit. And that's administrative rule.
So the department could present to the board a recommendation to not do that, period?
Potentially, and I suspect it'll be obviously a point of discussion during the new plan update. Sure.
I do believe though, if they're wolf hunting with hounds, they do not qualify for compensation.
That's correct, and that's by statute.
Yeah.
Say that again, Ken?
If they're wolf hunting with hounds, they do not qualify for those payments.
Are there any other current approved management plans that the department ignores?
We are incorporating the wolf management plan into this season planning.
Okay. Are snowmobiles and vehicles allowed to be used during the hunt?
That is certainly a legal question. Randy, you got a better answer for that? There are gradients you can.
Before I get to that one, I just wanted to make a clarification on the closure times.
Yes.
Make sure I'm talking to this. It's a 24-hour zone closure time, which is in statute, which I think was said. And the emergency rule is exploring shortening the time that a hunter has to report their harvest from 24 to something less.
Okay.
Just want to make that point. The point on snowmobiles is, yes, snowmobiles can be used during the course of a hunt within the regulations that exist for other things. It's illegal to pursue, to chase, harass, or shoot from a snowmobile or motorized vehicles.
That's my 7 for right now, but I'll come up with some more.
Bill Smith.
Question for Brad. We heard earlier in testimony that there have been a number of wolves taken on depredation permits, either by the program or by individual landowners. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the fact that wolves are delisted and state has management authority enables us to use a wider ranges of tools for dealing with depredating wolves, and that lethal means is legal and possible.
That's correct. Yeah, when wolves are listed, state or federally listed, we are limited to non-lethal control methods except for human health and safety conflicts. In that case, we can consult with officials.
Then for the federal staff that deal with animal damage complaints.
Correct. Yeah, USDA Wildlife Services is under our direction. So if there's a conflict, where we feel lethal control is needed, then we direct Wildlife Services to implement that lethal control.
A response to wolf depredations in this past several months of having the wolves delisted. Could you comment, I guess, on the effectiveness of that or the importance of having that range of tools available to us?
Yeah, it's extremely important, from 2015 to, up until they were delisted. in January, we had to rely on those non-lethal abatement techniques. And what we found is, there's basically 10 to 12% of our packs cause livestock depredations. Not all packs are causing conflicts out there, but those 10 to 12% of packs that cause conflicts were becoming habituated to our abatement, our non-lethal abatement techniques, fladgery, radioactivated guards, audio harassment type stuff. So they were becoming habituated to that. So they were becoming ineffective. Our non-lethal abatement was becoming ineffective. And that's where that lethal control is so important, so those, we try to address it non-lethally. If it doesn't work, that gives us the option to resort to lethal control and resolve those conflicts.
I also see that I think about a half a dozen private property owners were able to exercise their legal authority to protect their property. And they, in fact, also killed wolves that were depredating or threatening. If the federal government is concerned about declines in wolf population and they are to relist the wolves, my understanding is we would lose the use of lethal means to deal with depredation in Wisconsin.
Correct. Yeah. If they're relisted, whether it's, through the Fish and Wildlife Service or through, a judicial ruling, yes, correct. We'd be back to non-lethal abatement except for those human health and safety conflicts.
Thank you. I'll have some other questions later, probably.
I have two questions. Thank you. You took care of a number of them. So the two remaining ones are really about warden power. Were you satisfied with just, do you need more wardens or a different way of making sure that enforcement, a more rigorous way of enforcement?
You're asking the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks guy about wardens.
Well, you can call on somebody.
I'm sure we could bring Casey up here to talk to that. I think the
Okay.
wardens did a fabulous job with enforcement this year during the wolf hunt.
Okay.
Hello again, Casey Krieger, Chief Warden. The season was so fast and furious that we put all our staff on notice, and they went out and made sure there was folks getting along. So now extend that over weeks, and I guess to be a workload. So we have plenty of work. We could always use more help, but this past season was a success as far as us being out there and being able to enforce the law.
So looking forward to the next season, is there a request or do you see a need for additional support?
It's hard to tell. I know, as Keith alluded to, there's a lot of interest in this sport. We have a lot of things going on all times of the year now, so our staff are spread thin. So having any new seasons and additional workload for our staff, we try to manage the workload and the complaints that come in best we can with the staffing personnel that we have. Future requests at position numbers, all that, we could always use more position numbers. It's just operating within our operational budgets.
Okay. Thank you.
Sharon.
To be clear, if Casey makes a pitch to either Todd, Stephen, or I to move and adjust folks from other regions where the hunt isn't going on, they have that opportunity as well. But we don't do that until Casey and his team have quantified what the need is and who they are, which will report to a specific zone to help. And so that's always in play under any hunting season, depending on which hunting season it is.
Okay, that's really very helpful.
Thank you.
My second question has to do with education. And that was a theme from many of the testimonies. Is there a plan for heighten or need education to hunters, to the community as this rolls out?
There is certainly a need for education. There's always a need for more education. We have quite a bit of resources available on our website. If you search wolf or wolf management, there's a lot there for folks to look at, to download, to print. We have a lot of print materials that go out as well. How we do that education in the future and enhancing educational outreach is a great item to be discussed during the wolf management planning process so that we can address it right there.
Sharon, are you done? Sharon?
Well, almost.
Okay.
So based upon what you've learned from the last one, do you have a
what if in the education, what if we had done this? Would there have been a different impact, a better outcome?
In the last wolf hunt?
That you could apply to the next one, a what if? I understand there's information on the website. In fact, I've looked at it.
Yeah.
But is there something about education that you would say, I really need to up this?
I think that we realized we needed to do more outreach about the last hunt and going into the last hunt. But we had a period of, what was it, a week or less to get the word out. So the what if would be, let's have some pre-prepared materials ready to go in advance. But really the point is we should have been planning for this through the year like we initially intended to do.
Okay, thank you.
Bill Bruns?
Yes, on page 8 of the green sheet, Keith. In addition, the department will be taking further administrative action to assess whether the quota approved by the board should be adjusted to account for the results of the February 2021 hunt. Could you give us what your intent is from that statement?
Sure. Following action today, we're going to submit the results to the Ojibwa tribes for their declaration as part of their treaty rights. The department may then take additional administrative actions to ensure that we responsibly manage the November hunt and maintain a sustainable wolf population in Wisconsin.
So does that mean that the quota that this board sets today will be examined and adjusted if needed by the department?
We have to do that in response to tribal declarations, yeah.
Interesting. Is there any amendments for the motion? If not, we'll vote.
Yeah, I'll pass these out if you want. I did have a couple other questions. So we're talking about education, and much of that testimony that I heard today was from misinformation. Now, I know it all didn't come from the department, but a tremendous amount of it came from the department. Some of it was from outside the department, outside groups in the university. But I think we need to be perfectly clear, the motion that passed unanimously with this board in February to approve a non-reservation lands of 200 and a permit number of 20 times the quota, with a directive to the department that no zone will be closed prior to the end of the season on February 28th unless the full amount of harvest for that zone has been reached. That's what the board passed. Yet even in this green sheet, it's saying we overshot the quota. That isn't what we passed. We said the season remains open until 200 are shot. So if we look at it from that perspective, and if the department would have been behind what the board passed there, you came to us and said, you believe we should take 200 wolves out of the population. Now, either you weren't being legitimate with us and wanted half of those tags to go to the tribes, which means then you're defying your science, or which way was it? Because it was never done that way in the past for the wolf seasons. We set aside an amount for tribes, or you had your tribal declaration clarified beforehand. Now, we knew that you didn't have the time to put all that together this year after the court decision. But that season was a success, and it sounds to me like we've got even people on this board that are believing the newspaper articles and that came out from all the misinformation. But we were only 9% off on the quota that this board unanimously passed. And I think that kind of information coming out of the department and ending up in the green sheet, that bothers me a lot. So that also then gives us pause for how do we set this quota? How many animals do we want to have killed and where do we have to set the quota? What are you going to do this time? Because there's no consistency. We totally reversed the situation on the February hunt. So that's why the motion that I'm making would include a full tribal declaration. We don't know that they're going to take it. Apparently you haven't negotiated that with them yet, but that will accommodate that then.
What is your motion? Amendment, excuse me.
Okay. So I move a quota on non-reservation lands of 504. The number of harvest permits to be issued to state hunters is 10 times the non-tribal quota. That's the amount we used in the last previous 3 hunts. Any administrative action by the department to adjust the quota as the result of the February 2021 hunt must be approved by the board.
It's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Second, Bill?
Just a
Amendment
procedural
for
question.
discussion.
Isn't there a motion on the floor?
We're doing an amendment to the motion.
I see. So we're voting on the amendment.
That's all we're voting for is the amendment.
Got it.
Okay.
So can I give a little background on those numbers? Because this
Sure.
was important to Terry. So the breakdown of that quota
Should be
then.
important to everybody on the board. Go
Pardon?
ahead. Should be important to everybody on the board. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
The breakdown of that quota is using the same percentage that you allocated tribal tags in the February hunt. So state hunters got 59.5% of the quota. Tribal hunters got 40.5. And that is because the ceded territory is smaller than the rest of the state or the entire state. So that would work out to 300 quota for the state hunters and 204 for the tribal declaration, if they take it, which I'm sure they will. And that's in line with where the Congress was in much of the testimony, and we are advised by the Congress. But that's the number we have to set the quota at 504 to hit that 300 mark.
You don't have to set it there.
We don't have.
See, you're manipulating the number.
No,
so to
no,
get
the
to your number.
the
You're
numbers were
manipulating the number.
manipulated, given to us.
Kev, you are manipulating the number using the tribal declaration.
The
On its
numbers-
face, on its face, on its face.
Right, but the
It's
numbers
damn near
were
illegal.
manipulated.
On
given
its
to
face,
us.
it's damn near illegal. You do you, we're gonna do us. Okay, you do you.
He set the quota 504.
You, that is outrageous. That is outrageous.
When you set
You-
your, when
you
you set your,
folks-
when
you
you set your
folks-
quota
you folks
130,
are so out of bounds. That is so out of bounds. You do you.
when you
No,
set-
what was
that is-
presented
that-
to us was out of bounds.
You, come on, that's conjecture and half truths.
So I have a question for the secretary. When you set a quota for the public of 130, is the intention of the biologist to manage the pack 130 kills or half that?
It stands for itself.
Well, then the motion stands for itself.
Well, that's fine.
Okay.
That number is so outrageous. There's a reason why Fish and Wildlife is in the room. What's the standard about if we reduce the number of wolves by 25% in one season? What happens?
Well, that triggers some action or potential action of review by the Fish and Wildlife Service, and there are a number of items in there that they could do. It's in the post-delisting monitoring plan. It will certainly gain their attention, and then we'll see which direction they want to take it from there.
But 300 wolves won't do that.
300 on top of it.
Well, I think, in talking with Dave over here earlier, we're at a good 25% probably at least from the February hunt. So now we're talking about what do we do with population modeling, recruitment, and then we have a hunt, and then we have another population estimate off the model this winter. Where are we then? Can't answer that question right now.
There's been talk from the department, Keith, that the overharvest that the department claims happened last year, which we just got debate that, it's how you spin it. It's like you want to have the quota at 200 last spring, but everybody in the room knew that we're going to have half that for the non-tribal. You can debate, it is what it is, but that's the fact. So there's been talk from the department that you're going to take the over harvest allotment and perhaps take it away from this year's harvest. Is that a true statement, or is that even be considered by the administration?
There's been talk of many options in
Everything's
many
on the table.
directions.
And we have to take into consideration everything that's on the table when we come up with our quota.
Good luck.
So, okay.
Does the staff get to defend Kaz's point on the green sheet on that?
Well, if you want, can I respond to that, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
If you want a response to that, I mean, the reality is the quota was set. The tribes make a declaration. We have to take that declaration into account when making licenses available. And we went over the state quota by 99 wolves.
But not the quota that the board set.
Not the quota that the board set. State allowed quota.
And the same thing will happen with this quota number being proposed. You'll go to the tribes, you'll come up with a number, you'll factor in over harvest, and that number could actually be 200 or less in kills of the wolf pack. So it's like we're hearing 504, it's ludicrous, but the number's probably gonna be actually 200 or 200, a little bit over 200, possibly.
We're certainly required to go to the tribes for a declaration of
I understand
allowable
that, Keith.
harvest.
Question, Terry?
Cheryl, please.
That number's gonna be under 200 by the time we get done with it.
Cheryl, my question is, can this board establish just for the sake of conversation, a quota of 300 for non-tribal members and the department negotiated number in addition to that for tribal members?
The process has always been that the department establish a harvestable surplus. And the court decisions that govern treaty rights talk about the tribe's right to an allocation of half of that amount. So I think that is from a treaty rights perspective, how it ordinarily has gone. And that means that the board and the department establish a number of harvestable surplus, and then the department goes to the tribes to ask them what portion of their up to 50% within the ceded territory the tribes would like to reserve. And that's how it has actually worked for wolf in past seasons.
Without gerrymandering the number to jack it up to 500 or 600.
I can show you the green sheet from the very last season.
Gerrymandered the number.
It said right in
Just to
there.
nullify the tribal take. For the viewing public, Greg Kazmierski wants to put on the table 504 so that he believes we can still shoot 200 and something wolves.
Correct.
Yeah.
No, I'm
As Cheryl just said.
totally
it doesn't work that way.
acknowledging
It
it.
doesn't work that way. Doesn't work that way.
So Cheryl, did you?
Past practice.
I'm not sure you answered my question though. Can we do that? Understanding
My
that-
opinion, ordinarily, if you want to, I think there would be risk. There would be legal risk in doing that.
Okay, to state that the quota that we establish is exclusive of the tribal quota.
I think that to borrow a term from Secretary Cole, I think the department would have to take that under advisement as we talked with the tribes with respect to how they wanted their treaty rights to be observed.
Okay.
Terry?
Keith, thank you, Cheryl.
Yeah.
I don't know, Keith, if you can answer this or not for me. Based on the unlisting, because we're making comments or references to the Fish and Wildlife Department hovering over us. At the time it was unlisted, our management goal was 350.
Our plan goal was 350 as a threshold to consider public harvest.
Mhm. Okay. So with you knowing your compatriots, is it fair to assume that that's what they're looking at, or are they looking at numbers that might come from the next management plan?
Fish and Wildlife Service?
Yeah.
There's a very clear document. It's the post-delisting monitoring plan that we get from them. It actually came from them in 2008, and we just recently confirmed that it is still in effect given this most recent delisting. And it has a series of criteria listed in it, among which are certain population levels substantially lower than we are now. However, also in there is, we will consider management actions if there is a rapid and abrupt decline in the wolf population in any of the states, and for example, of up to 25% or more in 1 year. So that will trigger review. What they're looking for in a new management plan, I can't say. They're certainly involved and engaged in reviewing it.
Okay, thank you.
Bill Smith.
I think it's important in our deliberation and our decision as a board to look not only at the upcoming season, but beyond that, year after year after year. And where do we want to be as a state of Wisconsin? And what's our role as a board to put us there? I think we need to consider actions that are going to be scientifically defendable and legally defendable. And some of the discussion we've had gives me pause. I'm not an attorney, but it raises questions that I would like to ask an attorney very specifically. The numbers that we set have got to be scientifically defendable. If they're not, we're going to be taken to court and we're going to lose. And we might squeeze in another season, but the year after and after and after, we're going to sacrifice anything that we might have if that wolf population gets relisted, or if the service takes away some of the authority that the state has in managing wolves. And when that happens, we're not only going to lose our season, we're going to lose some of the tools that are very helpful to our residents that are suffering depredations right now. I think we need to be in the long game on this thing, and we need to be conservative in our approach this year with all the uncertainties, and we need to put the department and the state in a defendable position.
So do you think, Bill, that 130, which means a harvest of 70, if past practices show themselves, is adequate to manage this pack?
I think there's two things that we need to look at. Number one, earlier today, we had reference to this March 8th letter that came from Mick Isham, Executive Administrator of Glyphwick, speaking on behalf of the tribes. And the terms he used in that letter were outrage. They were outraged about the results of our very compressed season. They acknowledged that it was caused largely by a very tight schedule. It did not enable adequate consultation with the tribes, which is a legal requirement and responsibility of the state. And it also put a season in play that did not have an adequate framework around it to manage that harvest. And we got a very accelerated, and we got a harvest that was beyond the number we set as a state for state licensed hunters. I think in both of those cases, it puts the department and the state in a position of vulnerability to be questioned by the tribes or to be questioned by the service. And so as far as that 130 goes, the department set a biological harvest goal at 200 plus. We're obligated to consult with the tribes and to give them an opportunity to claim a quota. I don't think we can prejudge that. We need to go through the process. We need to honor their claim. The resulting 130 wolves were then set up for a harvest by the state hunters. The overharvest here was not necessarily a great overharvest biologically, only because the tribes chose not to harvest their share of that, but it was a very large overharvest of the season quota for the state hunters. And what that does, it conveys a story about the state of Wisconsin saying we're playing fast and loose with our numbers if we try and do something different in that process. And it sends a story to the people that we can't effectively manage a wolf population and a harvest. And I think we need to be very sensitive to that, and we need to take action to counter that image and to repair that reputation.
Bill Bruns. Yeah, Bill, if I could counter that just a bit. I was sitting here in this chair when we established the first wolf hunt, and we had 3 very successful, well-managed hunts for 3 years. The wolf numbers were stable, and they got relisted anyway. At this stage in my life and at this stage in my career here, I'm not really concerned about, being afraid of if we set that number too high that we're going to run more risk of them being relisted. Department numbers pre-harvest in February, 9 to 1,300. So I'll just put midpoint at 1,100 with a known fact that we don't count lone wolves in the state. Okay, 1,100 minus a couple hundred that were killed. I'm rounding. We're at 900. If we would harvest 300 wolves this fall, we would be at 600. And that is considerably above the management plan goal that was established 22 years ago by this board of directors.
And a lot of public input and scientific input.
We've clarified that 350. It's in the record already. That 350 was not guidance for the quota. It was not guidance. Now you're talking to the guy who was chair in those 3 years. During those 3 years of, thank you
for the management plan.
Thank you for a well-managed quote on what we were doing.
You did well.
So that 350 was not a goal number. And Keith used the words that you said before as to what that 350 ultimately meant.
I have it right here.
I know. Say it loud, like black and you cloud.
That 350 is listed as a management goal. It's a threshold at which additional management techniques could be considered, including lethal depredation management and public harvest.
To keep them at that management goal. And that's what the 38 counties, 38 counties sent in resolutions on
Spin
that.
doctor, that's not it. No, that's not spin
doctor. Spin it.
Mr. Secretary, that's not spin.
Spin it. It's not true. It is not true.
Preston, you're spinning it right now.
It is not true.
Terry.
Okay, two things. Keith, based on the wonderful conversation we're having, is the department prepared to manage the hunt in November?
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
are as prepared as we can be.
Okay, so
It would
that,
be really important to have that emergency rule and those provisions in September.
okay, so that takes care of one of Bill's major issues of the letter from Mick. But Bill, you said you had a bunch of questions you want to ask an attorney. We have an attorney here. Would you bless us with asking the questions so we can hear the answers?
Well, they'd be speculative, Jerry, because they'd be, if this happens or that happens,
sure.
what's the legal consequence? I don't think you can give a black and white answer as to what a legal decision is going to be in some court in some part of this country. But I think you can certainly associate that with a risk management strategy. I think it makes us more vulnerable legally. And yes, I'd like to hear that from an attorney and kind of their take on it. We just don't have specifics to get a black and white answer. But to me, it's managing risk.
Well, if the number of 130 is not sitting well with this board, Mr. Secretary,
I don't
What-
want that to be the case. You haven't
I'm
voted.
asking your opinion.
You haven't voted.
I'm asking your opinion.
You have a
If-
member that put 504
I'm asking your,
on the table. I don't
can I
know if it's
ask,
ever been
can
that.
I ask you something or not?
Sure.
Okay, my question is, if 130 is not the appetite of this board, and 504 in your case, you say is outrageous, which can be debated because that number won't be 300, and you know it, and I know it, be a lot less. What number you think would be a compromise for this board with the appetite of
We're
130.
following the science and the law. The number that we move forward is the number that we stand by.
All right, that's
Period.
fine. Marcy.
Question, being well, almost the new one, I had to look up the old plan and found that point because people keep bringing it up and we can't add words to it. Because of concerns expressed by many on the first draft, the figure was modified to a management goal of 350. The management goal represented the minimum level at which a full array of population control activities could occur, including proactive depredation control and the possibility of public harvest. So people keep bringing it up like 350 is a magic number. It's not.
It's the
There's
management goal.
And you just, Marcy, you just said,
I'm recognized. Point of order.
Go ahead.
But, so that is what I'm reading. So because we're on your motion, how do we rectify what we heard overwhelmingly from citizens of the state, where we take public opinion, and between the emails and the survey and what we heard today? What is their reaction going to be to 504?
Well, the reaction is going to be bad because they don't understand that what we're really getting at is the harvest of 300 wolves. And 300 wolves is totally in line. It falls in line with what we did the first 3 seasons. It's well within reason to harvest 300 wolves.
But the majority asked for 0. Some asked for 30.
Of course, the majority asked for 0. We have a job to do. We have to management to that management goal. If we don't, we can be sued on the other side if we don't manage to that goal. At least make an
Mr.
attempt.
Chair, can I bring up
But
Todd after this discussion?
One more. The point I want to get to, and what I was trying to get to with some of my questions, is that we have an obligation to the tribe. The Voight Task Force court order, just like we had to listen to the court order that Hunter Nation brought. And those are the folks that are telling us they don't want this. And so I think we're just teeing it up to lose credibility again and to lose our expertise ability and work with the depredation issues. I really fear that. I think it's just making it easy for somebody else to take it. And I agree with Bill. I would like to pull something together that could fix it long-term, because we spend an inordinate amount of time on this issue.
Yeah. First, I'd like to have Todd Ames come up. Preston?
Let me respond to something.
Respond to whatever Kaz was saying.
Yeah, a couple of things that I just want to clarify from our perspective. First off, go back to lots of discussion from lots of sectors about science over here, science over there, where we're supposed to be, or in some cases, numbers that are trying to get at mythical goals out there. What we did is relied on the best wildlife scientists in this country to figure out what is the right thing to do scientifically for the wolf population in the state of Wisconsin are employed by the DNR. And they have recommended their best science of 130 wolves as part of this quota. And we're going to the bank on that. And then again, I think enough has been said on the 350 number, but we can't reiterate enough. That was not a harvest goal that we're trying to manage toward. It was simply a threshold at which you could consider harvest in the future. So when somebody says, are you not following the management plan in 1999, set of 1999 relative to the harvest? The management plan, and as our position, the management plan in 1999 did not speak to the question of a harvest number, period.
There's a different opinion on that, Todd.
Yeah,
Bill?
well, so I'll ask a question. So in your proposed management plan, you're managing that pack number to 1,000. Where in that existing management plan does it say we should manage the pack to 1,000? Where does it say that?
Well, I think what our wildlife biologists have certainly said to me, and what we
Where does it say it in that in the existing management plan?
the existing management plan didn't contemplate a harvest period. So if you're looking at the previous management plan, one of the reasons that we need to update the plan that was approved in the last century
1999 is your last plan.
is that 22 years later, we know a lot more about the population. Among other things, what we know is that the carrying capacity in this state is greater than what we thought it was going to be in 1999. So we need to completely retool and redo a management plan. Should have been done a few years ago. Can't speak to why the previous administration chose to abandon that effort, but they did. As soon as this was officially delisted, we move forward to create a new management plan. We will have a new management plan in place at the middle of next year. And until that time, and for all of the reasons and uncertainties that occurred thanks to the hunt in February, we need to take a very conservative approach to properly manage this
Timeline can be
species.
debated, Todd. You could have started that management plan the day you guys took over. Absolutely. You waited until the court ordered you to do it in January this year. You knew it was there. You're on the record of you saying if they're backlisted, you're going to continue on that process, which we applaud you on. So yeah.
For the record, Mr. Chair, the previous administration shuttered the wolf team and they didn't move on any actions, period. Zero.
And Preston, you could have started it the day you took office as well.
Oh my.
Who's got one? Terry?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Marcy, if
Ditto.
I can, as Sharon and I talked privately before, I've been on the board for a while, and we've gone through this process before. And the first hunt, and Press was on the board with me at the time, I believe we had 150 people personally testify. And the percentage of people similar to today was probably the same, pro and again. That's just the way it is. Secondarily, to the best of my recollection until our January meeting, no one from the department ever suggested to this board that 350 was not the number. We always made our decisions predicated when we did the hunt on 350. That was the number we used. Now, if that's different now, okay, it's different now. But I want to make sure that people understand that was the process we went through. And there's always going to be issues as it relates to this because we know how the tribes are. I live between three tribes. I understand it. I'm also a northern representative, as is Bill. I can tell you the vast majority of the people north of Highway 29, in particular north of 64, unfortunately, would like almost zero. So, and that's where our concentration of wolves is. So I'm not comfortable with the process that we've had in the past and that we have now, where the assumption is if we approve a number of 130 when the department says 130 should be harvested, and we end up with 50% of that. That's not good management. Because we know, and I know from my friends that are in the tribes, that they are going to say zero. That can be supposition, Press, but that is what's going to happen. So can we find some middle ground here to get where our goal is of the 130? Staff has assured us that we have the positions and the capacity to manage this properly now, which was a big complaint that we heard. So I feel pretty good about that. You don't know until it's done, but that sounded pretty good. So I think the issue that we need to focus on, which is what Doc had asked, was, you know, is there some middle grounds where we can get to the 130 or not?
You
And
could
so-
drop that number of 504 down to 300 something, and it would probably be in that ballpark.
So I'm suggesting that that's what would be appropriate for the board to do. Because I think we have to get to feel confident that we are going to do what the department has stipulated should be done. That's 130. That's not 70. That's not 75, but it's 130. I think most people would be satisfied with that.
Kaz, are you willing to change
So,
your?
well, let me talk about this first,
All
though. The problem is, self-admittedly, they said that number of 130 was to keep the population at 1,000. 1,000 shows up nowhere, just like Bill said. We don't have the authority to change that goal without going through the process of changing that management plan. And for sure, the department doesn't have the authority to go against the management plan that's in place right now, in hopes that someday there's going to be a new management plan with 1,000 as the goal. We are stuck with what's in front of us today. And we need to show some effort that we're at least trying to move the population towards that goal. If we don't, we can throw out all the management plans we have in the state because we don't need them. If we're not going to comply with the management plans, and I don't want to be part of setting that precedent that we're not going to conform to our management plans.
With the uncertainty that's in front of us with this and hopefully some possibility of some middle ground, if we cut the 504 number to, let's say 300 for sake of discussion, that would put it in more of the realm of what the 130 that the department would like, possibly a little bit higher. It moves the needle a little bit backwards perhaps, but there's a lot of uncertainty in the count. It doesn't annihilate 25 to 50% of the wolf pack, but this board feels that 130 with a possibility of 70 kills is not adequate. So we have a discussion and we have a debate, and we're having that. We can either go, Kaz, you can stay at 504, we can vote that and see if it flies, or we can back off a little bit and give some compromise. Hopefully the other members of the board would see the debate that we're having and the angst that we're having over the same issue. What's the decision? What do we want to do?
Well,
I'd like to offer this. Mr. Secretary, I know you're ticked off at us, but when I suggested, when this process started, that we have a new management plan in place before we set the harvest quota for this fall, you said, nope, it ain't gonna be that way.
It couldn't be that way
Well,
because they're still working on it.
so therefore, we as a board, we're responsible to manage to the existing plan. No ifs, ands, or buts. If we don't, we're a board and we're an agency gone rogue.
350 doesn't matter. That number, again, Terry may intimate or Kaz may intimate that's the number. That is not the number. You are talking to the chair in 12, 13, and 14. It was even said then that 350 wasn't the number. And we keep talking about the 350. It's not the number.
Actually, in 2007, 2008, when we did amend that management plan, that was a big argument.
I wasn't born then.
That's when those resolutions came out from all those counties.
Kaz, is there some move for compromise here to try to move this on in a somewhat agreeable fashion?
I just want a clarification. Is there a management goal number? I hear there is, there isn't, there might be. What is there
I
one?
think Sharon, if you look at I want to address Sharon's comment. If you look at the historical law passing to have wolf hunts, that was debated a lot.
Yeah.
It was a political hot potato back then. It's a political hot potato right now. And some believe that the compromise with the hunters and the politicians and everything was 350. Some say that's not a number that now I think the citizens can handle more wolves in the landscape. Perhaps that's what the wolf management plan that we're updating right now does. But many of us believe that until it's written down on a new management plan, we have an interest to get to a number that was agreed upon, and we're having a difference of opinion. The department doesn't believe that. Many of us in the board feel that that's what we go to. If we do the compromise here, if CAS agrees to drop it down, it is not going to decimate this pack. It's going to be more than 70 wolves killed, but it's not going to decimate the pack. And I understand that there's a lot of people in this state that do not want any wolves killed. We just had 55 people testify, and many of them felt that way. But this board feels that there should be a management of the pack. Up north, they are thick, and they are a concern for people in northern Wisconsin. And so to answer your question, I guess we won't ever answer that question of 350 or not. Some of us believe it is, some of us believe it is not. And until the new management comes out, we'll make it pretty clear in that management plan, hopefully this board will, I guess we really won't know. So we have a responsibility to keep the pack in check and manage it. They've come out with 130, which means 70. And that's what they think is extremely cautious. And they've admitted it on testimony. It's a very, very cautious number, very conservative number. So this board, if CAS agrees to bump it a little bit, would go up over that a little bit.
So,
Maybe double that quota. Who knows? I'm just saying that.
So we're in this board is in an in-between time.
Yep.
And I so resonate with what Bill was saying in terms of thinking beyond this immediate process, but what happens next? What is the risk that we're opening up now by a decision? What we have is perhaps, this is what I'm hearing, perhaps a goal and maybe not a management goal. We have a recommendation by the experts that goal is set for 130. So we have something to base our decision on that can be articulated clearly if we lean into the 130 as we work through the management plan. I heard the testimony. I counted how many people that talked, and then I listened to you. There is a real desire not to have a number. So I think we have to be very clear, or as clear as we can be, why we're choosing a particular number. And I would lean into our thinking that number is based upon the experts and that we're going to work to a management plan. And we have this period of cooling and performance that's coming up.
Bill, and then Kaz, you need to make decide on that.
In addition to what's already been discussed, we've listened, this body has listened and pretty much gone along with Conservation Congress recommendations on all things hunting and fishing. You heard their testimony today. So in addition to the existing management plan, the testimony from Conservation Congress, I don't think we'd be right with staying at 130. So,
Mr. Chair,
let him finish, please.
I just want your attention. Sure.
so I want to call the question on the proposed amendment and up or down, that we can continue our discussion.
Motion to call questions or a second,
Second.
which ends debate.
Second.
Second, debate is ended. Let's vote.
You got to
Roll call.
vote on calling the question.
Right. Let's.
Oh, this is
roll
on
call.
calling the question?
Yep, we're voting on calling the question. Roll call, please.
William Bruins,
Yes.
Sharon Adams,
What am I voting on?
You're voting on, what you did,
Yeah,
your
no, we
second
should-
calling the questions means there's no more debate on that amendment.
Yes.
Doesn't give Kaz a chance to change anything. We're going to vote on
Yes.
his amendment. Terry,
Terry Hilgenberg,
Yes.
Greg Kazmierski,
Yes.
Darcy West,
No.
William Smith,
No, I want to talk some more.
Dr. Frederick Crane,
Chair votes yes. It was relevant anyway. Motion passes. We're calling the question. Let's roll call vote on the amendment.
There's no discussion on this amendment.
No. Go ahead.
William Bruins,
Yes.
Sharon Adams,
No.
Terry Hilgenberg,
No.
Greg Kazmierski,
Yes.
Marcy West,
No,
William Smith,
No.
Dr. Frederick Crane,
Chair votes yes. Motion fails 4-3. We're back to the main motion. Terry,
I'll move to amend the motion to a quota of 275.
total quota?
Total quota 275 with the rest of Kaz's motion.
All right, the motion on the floor for amendment is a second, first of all. 275. Is there a second? No second. Motion fails. We're back to the main motion.
Can we ask Lori to make room reservations for us?
Is there still room for discussion?
Sure,
on the
there's a main
first
motion
part?
on the floor. You can discuss the main motion.
Okay.
You can re-amend it, Kaz, as something that the board.
So everybody here has the green sheet in front of them. And I want you to just take a close look at the harvest on the 3 seasons that we had, 2013, 2014.
Which page are you on?
Page 5. You have it? Copy of it?
no, I have it. Thank you.
Okay. So respectively in those years, we killed 224, 358, 270. That's
207.
207. That's 789 wolves that were harvested during that 3-year period. And the population changed from 809 prior to that hunt and went up to 866 with that amount of harvest. The numbers don't lie. This is the reality of what the result of the harvest we were having. So that's why I was looking at 300 as that would maybe, because we're starting at a higher starting point now, that would maybe start to bring that population towards the goal that now we say doesn't exist, but I'm sure we'll find a lot of people to argue that. And it would barely start to move it towards that goal. So that's why that was not unreasonable. Now, the issue with the tribes thing, that's a direct result of the department playing games when they brought the last quota to us. Because in the previous quota before that, they had dedicated 5% to the tribes and it was written right in the green sheet.
Yep.
So we aren't the ones that were playing games. The department brought us a number that they were playing games with. So I'll go a quota, resubmit the motion with a quota of, what did you have, Terry? The
275.
275. Let's make it 350.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to quote 350 with the same wording as the prior amendment that failed. Is there a second for 350?
I'll support that.
We'll support that. Now we're debating that motion. Bill?
I really respect everybody's efforts to reach some common ground on this. It's a difficult challenge. Kaz, and I understand where you're coming from in looking back at 2012, 13, and 14 to try and find something that might be comparable to help us through this. And I think that's a worthy effort. But I would caution you that I believe strongly we're trying to compare apples to oranges here. What happened in 12, 13, and 14 was a season that started in November. The wolves were harvested, the vast majority by very different methods. in a much wider period of time and well before the breeding season. We've heard testimony from our experts, our staff, from a number of other people that have experience with wolves. We're all concerned about the uncertainty of that very condensed February harvest in the middle of breeding season. And there are huge questions about the productivity of the wolf population on the heels of that season, which they believe is very disruptive of breeding and of repopulation. And I think it's going to, if we compare those two as very similar events, I think it's going to take us down the wrong path. I think there are significant areas of uncertainty in the season that we're contemplating, and we need to be sensitive to that.
Well, I would agree with you, there's uncertainty. That's unfortunate. But the quota that's now out there would be a harvest of 208 wolves. It's not a whole lot of wolves. A long way from moving that population, even if we didn't have a single pup this year because of the disruption of that hunt, we're still going to be a long ways away from the goal that we really are required to work toward. So that's why there's so much wiggle room here, because we're not making any attempt to even try and move it towards that 350.
Yeah, no, I understand that. The thing that concerns me about this is if we make a presumption about the tribal quota, that they're going to take so many, they're not going to harvest them. Prior practice maybe indicates that, but I think we need to be very respectful of the treaty right and our responsibility for consultation. And if they claim a quota, I think we need to honor that quota. And if we set a number and kind of preempt that by setting our number higher to say, well, we're still going to harvest this many wolves, I think we do two things. I think we're disregarding that tribal right and disrespecting it. And I think we're also disrespecting the biological number that the department is going to set as a harvest goal, because that number on top is a harvest goal. And if we take the 130, we've been told that's defendable. If they set that number higher than that, assuming for some reason the tribes are going to take so many wolves and are not going to harvest them, and our eventual harvest ends up at 200, that number we're setting is still on paper as our harvest goal for the state of Wisconsin. And I question whether or not we can defend that thing scientifically and biologically.
Yeah, but I think we're looking at it a little bit backwards there. The number the scientists bring to us is how many wolves that we could safely harvest to attain an outcome.
Right.
Okay. Now, if we're going to set it up in a manner that only half of that number is going to be attained, we're not going to come up with the same outcome that was intended with that recommendation of 130 wolves. So, and the management is still a state responsibility. Right. The tribals' rights end with being able to claim harvest.
Okay,
They can be in on the negotiations of the management, but the management is still the state's responsibility.
Are we ready to vote on the amendment? The amendment is 350. We're not anticipating the tribal bill. It's just the quota is 350. Marcy.
So things have changed, right? In 6-8 years, what you said on all of the things that we do have changed. Politically, what we've seen in lawsuits, and what we keep talking about as setting as a number, just like we don't know how many are out there, we don't know how many exactly are harvested, and we have to take into account, we're at month 8 and we have 38 harvested by depredation or other impacts. So that number is moving, but at least we still have the authority to do that. So I think given the political climate that we're in and the things that have changed since you guys had those initial hunts has to be taken into consideration. And I think, given what happened in February and the amount of attention and the issues that are at play, we should be supportive of getting a more accurate number. Also, the amount of habitat that can now carry the wolves. And I understand and sympathize with the people to the north, but I also understand and sympathize with our tribal friends.
That's the 275. Thank you.
So
Couldn't
let's,
have said it any better,
let's
Marcy.
vote, however,
No.
Keith.
Hold on, Keith,
Councilman
can
Keith,
you,
come up.
can you come up and talk about biological excess?
Yeah, I was just conferring with Cheryl too about the stipulations, which indicate that the department establishes a biological surplus.
Exactly.
What's your point?
That number's 3.
We're not coming up with a biological surplus here. Biological surplus that we proposed was 130.
130 or 70, Keith? Which one?
130.
130.
130.
And a biological surplus based on which number? 350 or 1,000? See, we're shooting
Not
at two
changing
different
the
numbers here.
population. We don't know what the population is right now. We don't have an estimate.
You can,
We don't want to change the population. That's the key.
well, sometimes better than models is simple math. So we could kind of just subtract the harvest from
Easy.
the,
Well, then we
Easy.
can give 25%, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service can then use the 25%.
Okay, folks, since time, we do have to wrap this. Let's vote on the amendment. If everybody's okay with that. The amendment is 350, the same wording, that if it differs, 350, 10 times the non-tribal quota. Action by the department to come back to the board for, must be approved if they deviate from that. Let's roll call that, please, Lori.
William Bruins.
Yes.
Sharon Adams.
No.
Terry Hilgenberg.
No.
Greg Kazmierski.
yes.
Mercy West.
No.
William Smith.
No.
Dr.
Motion,
Frederick Crane.
motion fails. Back to the main motion of 130. Terry.
I'm not trying to split hairs here, but I'll make that same motion with the number of 300.
Is there a second for that? Then I hope this is the last amendment because we do have a meeting to do. Is there a second for that?
Hold on.
If I could just have a point of order.
Sure.
Mr. Chair. The motion with respect to the quota number would be in order. Any kind of an amendment that you'd like to make. But the additional information with respect to the number of permits and, you know, the language with respect to adjustment probably was not part of the public notice and the agenda item. So the agenda item that is before you is the number, the quota.
Even though we set the
number.
Permits
about the
last
number.
time, we did that last spring.
It is true that last spring, you also set the number of licenses. And in the green sheet, the department talked about not doing that at this meeting.
So are you saying that we cannot have the wording of the number of harvest permits to be issued?
Wasn't noticed.
I'm asking Cheryl a question, Mr. Secretary. Are you saying we cannot have the number of harvest permits to be issued at the state 110 times the non-tribal quota, and that you're saying we cannot have in the wording?
I am recommending that that was not part of the public notice. It was not part of the department's recommendation.
Okay, what about any administrative action by the department to adjust the quota results of the February 2021 hunt must be approved by the board? That's got to be part of the quota.
That's closer.
Thank you. So, in front of us, did we
Okay,
get a
that's my-
second? Did we
that's
get a
my
second on that? Did we get a second on the 300?
Yeah, I second.
Second, okay. What's in front of us is to change the quota number to 300.
And the last sentence.
And we're going to drop the number of harvest permits to be issued to the state hunters at 10 times the non-tribal quota. We're going to remove that from the amendment. We're going to go back and we're going to do that under the main motion, folks. Right now, we're just going to change the number to 300 from 504. 300 from 130. Right now, we're going to change the number and we'll clean up the, nope, gotta get this right. The amendment that Kaz made that we turned down, it's gotten massaged, will be the following with your motion, Terry, if you agree. You're going to say a quota of non-reservation, excuse me, a quota of 350, and any administrative action by the department to adjust this quota as a result of the February 2021 hunt must be approved by the board.
Correct.
Correct.
That's my
Seconder
motion.
agree to that? Second agrees. Roll call, please. Chair, do you have a point of order?
I do.
Okay.
Did you take out, delete the non-reservation lands?
Yes.
Okay.
The non-tribal quota, we did. The second sentence we removed. Once again, 300, and they must come back if they change it due to any adjustment for supposed over harvest last spring. Roll call, please, Lori.
William Bruins.
Yes.
Sharon Adams.
No.
Terry Hilgenberg.
Yes.
Greg Kazmierski.
Yes.
Marcy West.
No.
William Smith.
No.
Chair.
Dr. Frederick Crane.
Chair votes yes. Main motion is on the floor. The main motion would be, Lori, can you tell us what the main motion would be as a
4-H.
The main motion, I believe, was what was on the green sheet.
Okay. So the main motion is on the green sheet. Will you please read that in the record with the number of 300 in the number from the green sheet?
That the board approved the fall 2021 wolf semen harvest quota of 300.
And then the amendment also included any administrative action by the department.
By the department to adjust the quota as the results of the February 2021 hunt must be approved by the board.
All right, let's roll call it, please.
William Bruins.
Yes.
Sharon Adams.
Yes.
Terry Hilgenberg.
Yes.
Greg Kazmierski.
Yes.
Marcy West.
No.
William Smith.
No.
Dr. Frederick Crane.
Yes, motion passes.
Chair.
1 second.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
get clarification, please. Cheryl, the second motion that was being presented or passed out to us, is that posted properly to act on that? Do you have that in front of you? The motion. that-
Motion to extend the 2021 fall hunting application deadline until September 10th or 10 days after any administrative adjustments are made to the quota and approved by the board. I do not believe that would be
All right.
within the,
We cannot consider it at this
Yeah.
time. Mr. Secretary?
Yeah, so now, for the viewing public, you get a sense as to why the chair chose to stay. I wonder what the vote would have been with Sandy Nass sitting in that chair. You now know why he's sitting in this chair. Now, Doc and I are professional friends, but now it is clear, folks. It becomes clear every day that putting your thumb on the finger and tipping the scale is what is being done here. You'll never know what Sandy Nass would have said. You never will know what her discussions and debate would have been. So Doc, I have to throw it out
Mr.
there.
Secretary,
I have to
thank
throw
you.
it
Thank you for your editorial comment. Lori, what was the final vote on that last motion?
Final vote was 5-2.
I think it would have passed without me being present, Mr. Secretary. And I think it's out, I think you're out of line
No,
for commenting
no,
the
no.
editorial
I'm out of
about. what
order?
this- Yeah.
I am
believe-
out of order. Sir,
Move to
you are
personal-
sitting in
move-
somebody else's chair.
Move to personal privilege.
Go ahead.
Personal privilege as we get back on the agenda, please.
Wow, you bet. That was interesting.
I have a
Okay.
point of clarification on the motion we just placed forward.
Yep.
So there is an opportunity for administrative action based on information that will come out of the February 2021,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
So that's really, I think, important.
Yep.
We moved it ahead, but it's not frozen. We're looking for information that will come out of, we're not,
Well, it won't be here in time.
Next item on the agenda is letter I, ratify the department's determination that firearm restriction is necessary to protect public safety on land purchased by Nelson Stewardship Funds, the town of Waukesha County and town of Merton. Jim Lemke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you and to Secretary Cole and the rest of the board. Thank you for all the work that you do. This next real estate item for discussion is a firearm restriction on a department boat landing property located on North Lake in Waukesha County. This is a 6.5 acre parcel, and when combined with department restrictions against discharging a firearm within 300 feet of a building and the town of Merton's restriction, which extends that to 600 feet within an occupied dwelling, really limits the amount of land that you can discharge a firearm on this 6.59 acre parcel that was purchased for the intent of public access. So the department convened a public safety team to really take a look at this and to do an analysis. As part of that, wardens were involved. As part of that, public notice also went out, in which we got 4 responses back. And it was the recommendation of this public safety team to recommend no discharge of firearms on this public access parcel. As a result of that, I wanted to also mention that this is not a prohibition against hunting. The 5 MBOAs still exist on the property. It just was the recommendation of the safety team that we would not discharge a firearm because of the proximity to the buildings and the homes on this particular piece of land. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm just seeking approval from the department that their determination that a firearm discharge restriction is necessary to protect public safety.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second?
Second.
Terry? That was information.
My question to Mr. Lemke about this is, we bought this quite some time ago. Why didn't this happen back in '05?
That's a great question. We did buy this back in 2005, and it was purchased at that time for a public access onto North Lake. So I'm not sure what that particular acquisition involved in that presentation, but it's a recommendation currently from the department that this discharge of firearms should be prohibited.
So we missed it back then. That's the way it is.
All right.
Well,
All in favor, say aye.
it was open back then.
It's open today.
Yeah, it's open today. So somebody made a request to bring this back and close it.
So Kaz, there's a North Lake development team that is looking at accessing and putting out public access onto this property. And with that development team, there was a lot of conversations with the neighborhood, with the neighbors, with the lake itself. And it was a recommendation of that development team to initiate this public safety team to look at the discharge of firearms. So it was a department promoted initiative.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Secretary Matters.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to submit for your approval 3 individuals for retirement resolutions. Cole P. Kuvillian, 30 years. Todd Nass, 30 years. And Steven Sisbach, God bless him, in law enforcement for 38 years for your consideration.
Is there a motion?
Move.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
The acts of Department Secretary as it relates to real estate is in your packets. If there's questions, please talk to Todd. I'd like to yield some of my time to Sandy Nass. Sandy, could you come forward, please?
I know it's a little hot up here.
Yes, thank you for approving Todd's retirement. He is my spouse, and so I wish him the best. He's been a really dedicated DNR person, and I wish all of the retirees my best. It's a hard job. It's a sometimes thankless job, and as a family member, I appreciate everything that they do and all the time that they give up. So thank you for approving that. So good afternoon, and thank you, Secretary Cole, for allowing me some of your time to share information about the North and how I've been preparing to represent Northern Wisconsin on the NRB. I'm going to start off this monthly update. My understanding is we'll be doing this monthly with an area I know best, and that's the Lake Superior Basin. And I just want to talk a little bit about some of the things I've been doing to prepare, and then talk a little bit about some of the topics that are kind of up and coming or have been or are issues that are of concern for people, especially related to water. Because I think that this meeting was kind of focused on that. I'm sorry we missed our tour yesterday, but I think that I'll bring up some ideas of what's happening up north in a place where you might not hear very much about. I'm from Bayfield County. I have an Ashland address, but I live in Bayfield County. And so a lot of them are going to kind of circle around that and the Chequamegon Bay area. So as far as what I've been doing, I received an invitation to attend the Voight Intertribal Task Force meeting via Zoom. This was such an honor and helped give me insight into decision-making and some of the projects underway. It was a good reminder that natural resources in the ceded territory are shared, as is the decision-making. We need to honor that. And I want to thank Bill and Marcy for really bringing that to light today. And then that idea of looking down the road, not just for immediate gratification of what's happening this fall, but where we're headed, where we're going 7 generations down the road. And so I think it's worth repeating the ceded territory, our natural resources are shared, and as is the decision-making, and we need to honor that. I also helped out at the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. They hosted a TRAP BMP necropsy workshop in Ashland in July. It was a 3-day workshop where about 100 animals were necropsied to take a look at traps that are being tested to see if they will meet the strict and rigorous BMP ideals that the Trappers Association is promoting. Over the last 24 years, they're continually improving and updating BMPs. They've looked at over 600 trap models, and those are out there on the market for people to use. And those ideas are out there so that when we're doing trapping, we're making sure that we're taking into account animal welfare. I was really impressed with the professionalism and the reverence exhibited all the animals that we worked on. There were trappers, biologists, retired biologists that perform skinning and fleshing and putting up the furs, so none of them will go to waste. I myself will be taking some of those to my new school that I'm going to be working at. So I took a new job at Drummond High School. I will no longer be at Ashland and will be starting a natural resource program there. Wildlife veterinarians performed necropsies and dictated their observations to recorders like me. So that's what I got to do for the day. So we looked at every inch of the animal and noted anything that looked out of the ordinary so that they could review that data, and that'll be evaluated by AFWA. And so I was really honored to be part of that project. So as I mentioned, the tour was canceled, but I thought I would just address the theme of water by giving some insight into some of the water issues that are happening in the Lake Superior Basin. The city of Ashland is replacing lead pipes in their water system. I moved up there just over 30 years ago, and that was an issue then, and it's finally being addressed. I'm really happy to hear that. I did talk with the contractor this past week. He indicated that the drought conditions that we're in right now are slowing the progress. It's difficult to move some of those pipes out of heavy clay. So, but they're making progress. The Lake Superior trout season in WI2, which is the Apostle Islands area. So when we talked this morning, we heard this morning about the lake trout being closed and looking at the commercial fishery. There are 2 places that are managed for fisheries in Wisconsin. That's WI1 and WI2. So 2 is in the Apostle Islands and Chequamegon Bay, and that'll be closed after August 15th for state sport and charter anglers. We've had an insurgence of tourists coming into our area because I think Canada's closed, but they're open again. But we've got a lot of new people fishing in Lake Superior, and so I think it's part of the reason that we're being successful in catching fish, and that'll be closing for us. There's just still other opportunities to fish there, but that will be closed. Following a proposal to bottle and sell water from a well near Lake Superior, residents throughout the basin started a Lake Superior Not for Sale campaign, and it's really taking off all across the 4 counties. up north, Ashland, Iron, Bayfield, and Douglas County. And so we'll expect to see more information on that. And then there are a few other things, but I know everyone has a long drive, although not anyone as long as me, I don't think. But the Enbridge Pipeline 5 Wisconsin Segment Relocation Project is under review. That's moving the pipeline from the Bad River Reservation and rerouting it around the reservation. Those are some of the big topics and issues that we're going to need to address and make sure that we're taking care of our water and water that we share with our tribal neighbors. And as we head toward the end of the growing season, parts of northern Wisconsin are suffering from drought, though it does not show up on NOAA maps yet. Farmers will be short of feed. At my own place, we harvested only about half of what we normally do, and our pastures are not recovering. So we would expect to see some issues along with that from an agricultural standpoint. I think we need to pay attention to that. And then also thinking about what that's doing to wildlife. The one plus I saw was around my place. Turkeys are going crazy. We have at least one group of 27, which we haven't seen before. So the rain not coming has been good for turkeys. Marcy, I know you're a turkey hunter, so that's something I pay attention to. It's one of my favorite things to do too. This at the same time that we have flooding occurring in southwest Wisconsin, I think is just an indication that we really need to pay attention to what we're doing on the land and how that impacts how it impacts not only the water, what specifically we're doing, but also looking at our climate and making sure that we're taking care of those types of things. So that is my update for today. And I just wanted to add, I look forward to everyone coming up to Superior. I feel like having worked in Ashland, Bayfield, Douglas, and Iron counties as a county conservationist, that's part of my home area. I am really excited to hear and have you hear about the sharp-tailed grouse work that's being done. The Forest Service, with the Forest Service, Red Cliff Tribe, Bayfield County, the DNR, and then of course the Wisconsin Sharp-tailed Grouse Association. They've done a lot of work over the past 8 to 10 years. And right now, some really cutting edge stuff is happening with applying GPS tracking systems. I was able to participate in that project this spring. And that's going to give us some really good information on their movements and help us to restore this imperiled population. And I look forward to you hearing more about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. And again, the goal here is for the board to get to know Sandy and understand how she looks through natural resources through her eyes. Because as you know, we're going to get into a lot of discussions and a lot of debates, and it's important for us to know each other a little bit better so that time that we're sitting here debating a particular issue, we don't take it home with us. We leave all that stuff behind here, but you have to know who Sandy Nass is and how she views natural resources. And it's important for me to give her time each and every month, 4 or 5 minutes, to tell us what she's dealing with in her part of Wisconsin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it? All right, next item is board member matters. A is proposed revision to NRB Manual Code Section 3A regarding election of officers presented by
Mr. Chairman, move to table.
It's a motion to table. Is there a second?
Why table? What are we tabling?
It's not. Is there a motion and a second? Second? Motion to table it, the second. No debate. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next item is board member matters. Around the table. Bill? I'll talk to you later. Nothing? Sheriff? Terry?
No, nothing today.
Kaz?
I did want to talk about that wolf application thing that was on my amendment. So we really did a disservice to those that wanted to apply for wolf tag. Those tags were due at the end of August or end of July. And we hadn't even had a quota established yet. Now, in the sales world, when we're charging people $10 for those permits, people need to have an upfront contract what they're buying. And we need to work something out there so that those applications, when they're applying for them, occur after a quota is set. We could have ended up with maybe a quota of 1. And all those people would have sent their $10 in to apply for nothing. So just good customer service. I think we need to look at that in the future. We couldn't get it on as agenda item because it all happened so fast, but numerous people had talked to me about that.
Okay, Marcy?
Yeah, lots of things going through my head. It was a tense meeting. Obviously, I was trying to follow procedure. So, you know, the amendments and the motions that you hand out, we take up. I hope this board can get back to a level of respect. I mean, I keep thinking, and I had this great conversation with Christine Thomas about how the board used to function and how people respected this board. And so that's my board member matter. I hope we can get back to some respect.
Bill? Pass. Pass. All right, need a motion to adjournment for next meeting was in Superior, Wisconsin. Motion adjourned. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Motion carries.
Everybody have safe travels. Safe.